a tornado. I almost feel like I need to add a tag. Yeah, let's just do that. I'll do that on the Twitch side of things. Uh, Hello, chat. Something that's here. Ads over here on Twitch's side, just so we can get rid of pre-rolls. I only get to really do this once unless I know I'm going to be taking a break for food or something. Let's check. Make sure Einwan's all set up because that requires me to be AFK for the time being in that game. YouTube chat, check. Playlist, check. Everything's looking good. Okay, we have the PTS live. Soda opener. Hey, GameBot. Just getting set up. No tornado this time. No weather event. No nothing. We're clear. I am safe this week. Oh man. Last, you got an ad already? Give the pre-rolls. Give me a second. 1 minute, 49 seconds. Oh god. Yes, for anyone that doesn't know, I do run pre-roll. I run an ad break immediately upon going live, so we can get rid of pre-rolls for an hour. You're looking on Twitch? Gotcha. I'm just getting set up. If you can't hear me. Okay, there's that. Check, check, and check. God, I still cannot believe that the the PTS hasn't actually snapshotted anything. Oh god, my snapshot from my accounts from like, God, my July 2024, I think. Because it's about how long it's taken to get through half of the portals that I have. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Ad break complete. Okay, they should be over. Put that in chat just in case. Yeah, welcome back, GameBot. YouTube chat, check and check. Oh man, it feels so weird. Oh man. Yeah, they haven't actually dragged anyone's account information without you manually requesting it. But my snapshot for the PTS, by the way, seeing we are on the PTS right now, it is from I think 2024, like July-ish, around there, which is very funny, like exceedingly funny. And yes, the new rings are out. The big question, are they worth a damn? I do not know. I do know that we need to go and actually level up in D15 to get Mystic Loops. So there's that. 50 more rings to craft, so I'll be able to craft them. Yes, so it goes to 300, and then obviously you need to do another 50 of these. Just do these ones, because these still give EXP, from what I can tell. I just did a couple of them because I ran out of nitro. I need to go do some quick bombing real fast. If these are going to stay these prices, this isn't terrible. It's just the Mystic Loops. The one thing I want to do on the PTS, I need to run delves on the PTS. Because we should be at the depths that it should work. I have no idea if we actually are, though. That's the problem. Also, I probably need to clean up all this garbage because it's just a PTS, and this is from literally months ago. God, over a year ago. Ay. And down we go into the corner to grab my shit. Actually, now I think about it, will I even be able to? Because on the thing, we don't actually get clubs. So, I don't. Oh, my club isn't loading correctly on the PTS. I should say that. So I have no idea if I can even do what I want to do today. I think we can. So let's go back down to 125. And we're going to go rush it. You need to level up ASAP, but even if I level up my rings, there's no point. You can't even enter D15. That's the point I was trying to test here. So I am now at D15 depth. So if we level up inside of the delves, like we normally do when speed leveling, because we're at D15 depths, has anything changed? And does the system actually count as it being at D15? Because we technically are. That's the thing I do not know. And also the thing I was going to test, obviously the PTS wasn't out last Friday. So even if I didn't have my town get hit by an electromagnetic storm and a tornado at the same point, thankfully it was nothing. It was, tornado itself was almost a nothing burger. It missed us and went north into an open field and did nothing. But the lightning storm lasted until 2 a.m. and I could not get any signal out. Like I was barely like running on probably kilobits on an upload speed. So the reason I didn't stream was because the one thing that I always talk about where I'm like, if we get hit by a tornado, I'm probably not going to be here to stream. Because normally other things will go wrong if the town is not destroyed. And obviously, town wasn't even, like, we didn't even get nicked on that front. Thankfully, which is good. But couldn't get a single signal out. And it was just like, I'm assuming transmission lines got destroyed. That are out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and it took them about 2 days to get the internet to where it was stable again, for the most part. So yeah, it sucked. it very much sucked. But that was my last Friday, hence why I wasn't here for the stream, which you guys know I don't miss streams. Like I only miss if something has gone horribly wrong, or I physically cannot get a signal out, and that was what happened. I think I'm just gonna leave the tag, no more tornadoes, please. Thanks. I think I'm just gonna leave that on the channel from now on. Like, I don't want any more. Please keep that crap away from my city and away from the transmission lines, keeping me connected to either Kansas City or Dallas, please. That'd be great. Like just keep the Midwest clear. We'll be fine. But yeah, I need to hit a prime level. God, this is. It feels so weird going back in time like this because this is a snapshot on the PTS specifically. Like it's almost 2 years ago. It's actually crazy to me. I thought that they would have at least updated it manually at some point, and then it's like, no, they don't do that. You have to manually re-upload your account to PTS. Even though they were having major issues trying to get the uploading process working last PTS with the pet, which got postponed and delayed anyhow. You got the light dragon? Oh, nice. Oh, is the box opening thing not working anymore? Also, I did want to check this. I doubt any of the crystal ones can actually go up. Do Mystic? No, they do not. Got the third egg for it out of the 3 empowered gem boxes. Hey, congrats. Yeah, dude, that's huge. Like, seriously, man, congrats. That is a big step up. Especially for getting to D15, that is huge. Also, didn't check. Is anything loading in the market? Oh my god, the market's alive. It's alive on PTS. That's funny. It's not live on live. That's the sad part. Yeah, it's live on PTS. I was like, has there been any changes? No. Game is fake, I know. I need the market haste. Dude, everyone needs the market. I had to make sure, I'm like, is it still working on PTS? Yes. Yes, it is. That's so funny. If I didn't put PTS in the title on both YouTube and Twitch, I'm pretty sure that'd be false advertising by just opening the market alone. I'm not even associated. It's just, bruh. It's fucked. Might have to buy a Mystic Ring if it was tradable and if the market is back. That is true. We do need to see if it's tradable. At least the box. It probably is. I mostly just, I have to level up at least once to a prime level here in the PTS. Probably need to actually, you know what, I am on the PTS, so fuck it. Let's use it. I just want to meme here and see if this thing still, if it drops a C5 spear, I'd laugh. I'd actually laugh if I get a C5 spear on PTS. It's just like, motherfucker. Screw you, test server. Screw you. I would have thought you were console. Yeah. Yeah. God. I do hope that they fix this game. Like, seriously, devs, come on. We're approaching, I believe it's week 17? Last week was 16, the week before was 15 without the market. I had to get confirmation because it was December 22nd was when the market was turned off. Like, that's really bad. Like, really bad. Need a better big cosmic gem? Yes. Yes. Preferably Berserk Battler. Like, that's really the big thing. Preferably that. What is my movement speed right now? Oh, 150. Oh, that's done. I'm slightly slower than I normally am. It's only slight, but it is noticeable. I got a bot I need to burn. I like 2 of them. And what's up with all the bots on Trove, I swear. I stream Warframe and we get 1. I boot up Trove and it's just, brother, what the fuck? Get out of my channel. Paste the same damn reply. There we go. Okay. I don't get it. That's the thing. I don't get it. Like I played MapleStory, I get it from time to time, but it was always very rare. You do Warframe streams, you get nothing. No Man's Sky, absolutely nothing. Like seriously, it's ridiculous. Then you do Trove, and it's just, oh, there's 2 of them immediately. Like, what? Brother, our community here on Twitch is tiny. Like, what do you mean? Like, we're literally a tight-knit community here. What the fuck are you doing? 45k to get C5 gear from grafting boxes? Yes. They didn't change it. I mean, I could test it for you on the PTS, but it's probably not going to be the same as live if they did any adjustments. Like, we have a bunch. Pop. I just want to see if we get any. Mind you, I have 2 stacks of these on current. Game, come on. Stop giving me temperance. L-lock, exactly. My brother and Chris, come on. I see 4. Again, we're on the PTS, so this doesn't matter. Not to mention, I can always just update my account anyway. I see 4. I could probably just pop a bunch of my golden keys. If I really wanted to do something stupid. Bruh. C4. To be honest, this is pretty much normal. You just kind of have to hit a few thousands of these and eventually you get one. I need those keys ASAP. Like, I think I've got like 60 in total on my actual account right now. They slowly build up over time. You can only really use them on these now anyway. Because the actual gem boxes, the D15 ones, do not give it to you. Which is kind of dumb. Also, let me clean up all these real quick before we continue. Yeah, this is pretty normal for C4 gear. Kind of hoping that we could get a C5 and maybe see a Mystic if they did the meme or not. But yeah, Gear Vaults are really the only thing left that you would want to use gold keys on once you get to 45k. Just that way you could rush a C5 set as fast as possible. You get them from all the gem booster boxes that you just inadvertently get from doing the leaderboards every week. Doing delves and got like $15 amount, and I needed that key for a mystic gem would have helped me with my PR. Bruh, it doesn't work. That's the thing. And also Gabriel, yeah, you were with us when you got it. That was the problem. I also got one, not last week, obviously, because Tornado, but we got another gem booster box, D15 one, the week before, actually. I don't know, I think you tuned in for a little bit, but you weren't here for when we got the drop. So it was just kind of funny that it was like, oh, hey, we got a second one. It's been 3 weeks, and then we got a second one. I'm like, that's stupid rare, but okay. It does happen. Like that's the part that's confused the hell out of me always. Is just like, there's sometimes where you can go like 6 months real time without a single drop, and you're like, well, maybe they removed it from the drop table, and then it just shows up randomly in your inventory, and you're just sitting there staring at it, going, no, it's just random. It's exceedingly random. And you just gotta live with that. You just gotta live with that realization that it's just this is just so weird. But okay. I'll take it. Yeah. I mean, you got one with us when we were doing what, 137, I think it was? It was the Castle Castor map. When we went from 137 to 138, there was a chest that has a guaranteed D15 in it. And then there's also a chance that whenever we kill any of the bosses that it could spawn a D15 if you have the club fixture. Right now, obviously, on the PTS, because my club is not loaded, and also no other club loads in the PTS, I should not be able to see one unless we get a Castle Castro. It's the only way I should see one. Also, when is the... I need to double check when my next prime level is, because I need to make sure that we're at the right depth when I level. Because obviously, 125 is D15, according to the game, but the only time I ever see D15 drops is normally 128, which is why I start at 125 and finish on 128, technically. Because 128 is where Ifera will show up when you start at 125. Like, I'm pretty certain the cutoff point is 125, but the delves are really weird and sometimes they don't act normally. Actually, I should check and see how many delves I've done on the snapshot of my account on the PTS here before we go back. So that'll be funny to check. I still gotta say the craziest part on the PTS is the fact that when the Mystic Gems came out, they gave us the stuff to upgrade all of our stuff, but 2. For no reason. It was just, oh yeah, we gave you keys for all your gems but 2. And it's like, what? Why? Why? Why not all of them? It's just, whatever. Obviously, they also give you 100,000 credits and 100,000 qubits on the PTS to do whatever you want with. Oh, these are all crit downs. I probably should just upgrade my gems here on the PTS before I snapshot or change over anything. Again, I'm literally only here to power level for a bit. I do need to go back to the hub here in a second, so that way the patron takes effect. They would never do that. To be honest, they probably should have done like 40,000 as compensation when they removed regeminators back in the day of qubits. Because everyone had suffered roughly around that. Like that and above. But they just never did it. That was like the only thing that was just fucked in general. Okay, let me go back to the hub real quick so that way this will update. Force updating everything. Yep, there it goes. It should. I'm gonna grab the last two, because why not? Oh, is it fucking up? It's fucking up on the PTS already. That's funny. Yeah. 100,000 cubits my ass. See if that loads. Okay, so that loads it. Nope. Yeah, guys, you want us to test stuff, and yet you don't allow us to actually test things constantly. Let me see if I can force update this. Nope, that doesn't work either. That's so derpy. Whatever. Let's go launch another delve, and I need to double check. I'm forgetting what the next prime level would be on my account. Game, you gonna let me do it again? Or are you gonna fuck up? I guess I need to close the PTS and then reload the PTS. God damn it. Okay, 1 second. Close Trove, load the PTS again. It probably exploded. Knowing Trove, it likes to do that. Yeah, I know. I don't care. This is the PTS. It doesn't matter. Okay. No. It's not letting me place my shit. I'll try reloading a new world. Maybe the hub's broken. I never trust anything on the PTS. Like, ever. Because this thing is unstable. Exceedingly unstable. Okay. Game, are you seriously not going to let me do this? Is it because my other instance is still open and it won't close for another 30 minutes? It just doesn't want to place my cornerstone. Okay. Whatever. That's fine. It's derpy as hell. Great. EXP boosts, everything else is going. Probably could use one of my EXP potions just to see. I need to find the Fey Warrior and just nuke him. But yeah, I need to make sure we're getting loops inside the delves, hence why we're doing PTS delves right now. We'll be doing normal ones, and I'll be doing usual Ifera carries, so if anyone needs it, which I kind of suspect that multiple people will, because the update's coming out, I got you guys. The other thing I need to see is the ring effects for Pirate Captain, which I don't have any loops at the moment for my Pirate Captain, so we're kind of fucked. Need Depth Souls? That would be doing D15 farming on Monday. If you're after Depth Souls, that's where you get it. The other way is still painful, and that would be doing dungeons in, no, technically D12 over in Shores of the Everdark. There's this very small chance of getting them. Technically speaking, that was actually one of the fastest ways to get them. That was combat related. Until they changed how D15 works on Mondays. Yeah, then you would need to go over here. Also, why do you need depth souls if you can't enter D15? Like, Mystic Gear you shouldn't even be working on until you're well into D15. I'm just gonna leave it around PTS. Doesn't matter. Well, that's the thing. You're not going to be getting Mystic Rings until you're already deep into D15. Like, you can't even get the loops unless you're in D15 in the first place. Like, that's the requirement. The only thing is obviously I'm checking to see if you can be in D15 Delves, which is one of the fastest ways to level, and still get the loot to spawn, because even if I was in Abyssal Delves right now, it would still be based on the difficulty up here on the right. Well, good luck. Yeah, you cannot get souls until you're at least able to do D15 effectively, because all other methods are just ass in comparison. I mean, I'll be honest, they were originally the only way to do it, which was the worst part. It's like, the originally intended way, before they changed everything, for Mondays with D15, was terrible. And all of those methods still exist, they're just terrible. So, not the greatest of situations to be in. Okay. Did we get it? No, we got a Trovian loop. Let's see. Certificate, primal. Let me go deeper. I am using the event EXP to see if I can force this. Technically, I am already at D15 difficulty. Unless they moved it again. That'd help me if they moved it. I'm going to be going down to like 130s, and any new player is going to end up dying instantly when we do these carries. I doubt that they did. I'll have to wait and see. Also, I thought that was actually just enough EXP to do one level. I didn't realize they gave you 1,000, like 1 to 25 levels. It's funny. Yes, for anyone tuning in, we are on the PTS. I am testing the delves at the moment before we jump back to regular. So if you see anything weird, that's probably what's going on. Like, for instance, the market working. Or the fact that somehow I have de-leveled like 400 times. It's more like 200, but still. How do I get on the PTS? So when you go to the Trove launcher, you will see up at the top right where it says North America, like EU, etc. It's a drop-down. You would click that. You click the little gear icon next to play, and you'll see region, and you'll see PTS at the bottom. Select that. If you want, I can just do those. Showing display. Yes. There you go. This thing right here. So when you're on the launcher here, boop, North America, Europe, PTS. Click the PTS. I forget the command specifically. Was it /export? Was it /PTS? I cannot remember what the command is. /help. Club lead, club log, blah, 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 blah. Get EXP. Fill FX enable. Where is it? I think it was just /export. No, it doesn't. You're just loading in on your actual, like loading in on the PTS itself. I need to go deeper before I do some more levels again. And also, I did find it funny. If you weren't noticing, can't use the shop to do any upgrades. I'm just going to ignore the boxes. They literally do not matter. We just need to get deeper. Actually, we're already at 128. I could probably actually exit, launch into a deeper delve, and see if that affects it. Actually, we are at 128. Give me a second. Paragon Cube, Pinata, Trovian Loop. So we did not get the Mystic Loop. Okay, let me go deeper. Where are loops located again? Yeah, this is from 2024. It's so funny. Oh my god. Yeah. You can boot me on you want. Where are my loops, actually? They stored in the menu. I have no idea. You do /export when you're loaded in on your main, and will export to the PTS. When you go into the PTS, your account should be there after like 5 minutes. Normally it's a little bit faster. Okay, so at 128 we're not getting D15 according to the game. So let me do this again. We'll do 135. Yeah, you go and you log into the base game. You do /export when you load it in. It'll export. It'll copy your account over to the PTS if you haven't already done so before. And then when you load into the PTS, your account will be there. Okay, 158. Trovian Loop again. Aragon Pinata. Yeah, where are the loops stored? I am drawing a blank here. I could have sworn it was the middle tab. There they are. Okay, yeah, we didn't get it. First time? Gotcha. Yeah, you have to be logged in your main account. Okay, so 135 isn't counting. So let's try 140 and see if that counts. Because God help us, it was not counting on inside the delves. Then the delves are extra fucked. I'll go 140 and then we'll do a 145. And yes, I know I'm making a bunch of instances, but we have to test this. Because we are at D15 difficulties. That's the thing. Mystic Loop. Okay, there it is. Is that not guaranteed? Oh, God. Oh, no. Uh-oh. This might not be a guaranteed drop. Ah, shit. Also, yeah. Okay, so we did get one. Let me do this a couple more times. Mystic Loop Shadow Hunter. Okay, so it is a guarantee. We're at depth 140. Okay, let me backtrack this. We'll go 138. See, this is why I test this shit. Because we're going to have to change strategies. We are absolutely going to have to change strategies. Thank goodness they gave me all these EXP coins on the PTS to test this. So they didn't forget about the delves. That's a good sign, actually. Nope, Trovian loop. Did we get another one? Still at 4. Middle one, scroll down. Nope, still at 4. Let me go finish. Okay, here's the other test that we need to do. I need to go get nitro. Normally about 5 minutes. Sometimes 3. Also, I'm going to change the title of the Twitch stream here. Give me a second. I need my main account open? No. So once you've queued up the export, so what it does is that you're technically exporting a copy of your account. And on the server side, you're telling the server that you want to export your account as a copy to the PTS. Once it's been queued as a command, the server is the one transferring all your character data over. So you do not need the game up or anything for that. Oh, and Trove crashes, of course. I get shot while I'm putting bombs on my bar. I forgot that still can crash the game from time to time. Thanks, game. It's so dumb. It's because of UI interaction with the combat interaction. Yeah, let me grab some nitro real quick, and I'm gonna go get my rings, the ring level to 350, and then we're gonna go back in and see if the ring level is required for it to show up at an earlier point, or if it is legitimately depth 140. Because I would not put it past them to make it so that way it's fucking skill required. You gonna eat real quick? Roger that. I will be here. We have things to test. Is probably going to be stuck doing depth 140s now. Oh my god. That's so funny. It's like, oh, well. We have a new strategy that we have to do. Then everyone's going to end up getting mystic freaking loops. It's going to be funny. I'm not going to lie, that'll be actually hilarious. The interesting thing is the fact that the devs didn't forget about the delves this time. I'm impressed. Normally I am not very impressed with the devs because they always forget the delves. Like all the goddamn time. I'll try 139 before I do... before I make a bunch of actual rings to level up and finish it off. Just to make sure it's not like a specific level. Otherwise it is definitely 140. Yeah, don't mind me, guys. I'm just grabbing nitro to finish off the rings in the PTS. It's literally the only thing I am missing. Here's all. I don't think I actually need that much. I mean, for the most part, rings, their biggest problem, obviously, is the loops and EXP grinding in general to be able to actually make everything. Nitro's kind of the tiny offshoot of cost point, which is good, because everything else is hard to come by. Hey, Shannon. Testing things. I am on the PTS. Also, we may have to do a new start point. And I'll have to test it tonight. Make sure that we can actually do it effectively. The other issue is that we'll need to see if people can actually get primal loops when we're doing this. Because they've got new Mystic primal loops that we have to get for the new rings. And depth 140 I was getting them, and it is not RNG. But it does mean that we'll have to be a little bit more careful with EXP if we want to continue doing it at low tiers for people, or if we just say fuck it and just suffer through and go through the higher tiers, and if somebody dies, it's okay. And to be honest, it kind of doesn't matter, but still. It's a better principle. That should be enough, hopefully. I'll grab these two. Okay, let's go make those rings and do the tests. I need to do depth 139 first. Because 138 we were not getting them. 140 we were. And then I'll test it with maxed out ring crafting. See if that has any bearing on it at all. So 139. For science. Okay. Primal Paragon Pinata. Any loop. The middle one. Nope. Nope, Trovian loop. Okay, so it's definitely 140 and 140 only. Okay. Let's go get our rings maxed out at 350. So we're already at 300. And we'll try it again. I doubt it has any bearing, but you never know. Oh God, I need to get more nitro. Literally the only problem that I've got right now. Also to see if we get any C5 rings or anything. Nope. Need to get more keys anyway? Yes. Well, you have time. Like, as you can see, I am doing a bunch of sciencing right now and praying that things are going to work. Pop those. How many more rings do I need to make? 3. We need 350. Yeah, 15 nature. I hate to see this, but let's see. It's so funny. I can't believe the market's working on PTS. That's so stupid. Let me go grab my nitro bench thing. Also, I did forget to check. So that gives us 4.5634 mil. I doubt that the devs made it so they're impacted by EXP potions, but I kind of want to see what these things do. Because they are technically a cookie. I doubt it. Oh no, all of my inventories are not unlocked in the PTS. There we go. Just give them all to me, please. Just update. Thank you. Even though I already had them all unlocked. Okay, we're good. Yeah, this is from 20. My save that I last uploaded was from 2024 because we have 58 Starfire Dragon fragments and we're almost at 100, which is insane. I need Nitro Chaser and I wanted to test an EXP potion real quick. Nope, not effect. Okay. Okay. And let's just go grab that nitro then. Probably actually should go down a tier so that way we don't get the other resources mixed in. Then again, nitro spawns naturally independently, so it doesn't really matter. Just still weird. Yep, Mystic Loot. So we are getting Mystic Loots from D15 as intended. So that means I should be at 5, right? Yep. That's so derpy. That means you just have to level up in a D15 environment, which is 140 apparently now in Delves or any D15 world. I was hoping for an underground area. Actually, did I? Hold up. Do I have her? I do. Yeah, she was 2023. Just barely. But yeah, the fact that I just need to grab a tiny amount of nitro. It's just like, bruh, really? Damn it. Oh. Worst part is, I'm pretty certain that I actually have way more nitro than this right now in live. Because I have had to do this before a couple times. It's just this one, the save is so old. Boost, please. Thank you. Yeah, I need to get the the ring crafting to 350. And then we can see if we can do it at a lower tier or if it is literally forced. Even though we're at D15 levels already in the delves. Otherwise, we're going to start doing delves at 140, which means we'll be doing that this week and from now on. Just so everyone can get used to it. Now, I will say this. A lot of newer players are probably going to die. It's not really that big of a deal because they don't lose anything in the delves. It's just, you know, one thing I always try to avoid is getting people killed whenever we do delves. At least to the best of my abilities, anyway. Welcome back. Any more work to make sure the newbies don't die? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if people are staying back at the start, it'll be fine. Because you know I always clear the first room. It's just that we're going to be probably going to like depth 170 now when this update hits. Because that's just where we're going to probably have to go to stop. Like, we'll continue until it stops. I mean, hey, if the market comes back and people throw me more portals, then I'm stuck back in hell. If we can get through these portals before then, I might be able to bail. I guess we'll just do No Man's Sky and others and hightail shit and other things on Fridays. But that's again if the community doesn't recover even with this update. Because this is kind of a big update, I will admit. And the fact that I have to redo the strategy that we've been doing for, what, 6 years? 5 or 6 years? And that is pretty telling of an update. I still hate the fact that Nitro can spawn underneath these wads, so you just have to hit everything. You'll see it in the corner where it's like, oh, you picked up Nitro, and you weren't even aiming at it. And it's just, yeah, it's because it's buried in these. And yes, for anyone wondering, we are on the PTS, and we're probably going to revise our delve strategy for the delve carries I do every Friday. And if anyone was wondering about why I wasn't here last Friday, we did have a tornado come through. Good news, no one got hurt, and it was a tiny, piddly tornado. Bad news, it took out the internet. Mostly it took out the transmission lines, and it took about 2 days to get them back up and running last week. It hit north of town. So that was why I was not here. Nitro's being buried in there. Yes, yeah, I am glad that it does too. That was a pretty funny clip, actually, to watch from Wednesday's stream. Also, I find it funny that Warframe drops the mother of all updates, pretty much. Like, just the stream from today is pretty nutty. A friend of mine informed me, and I was just like, what is it? Watches the stream. Oh, God. Oh, it's going to be a lot. Yeah, see what I mean? They're buried in here. Nitro's sitting there menacingly, like 3 layers deep. Like, come on. In there. Probably is. It should hopefully be enough. Let's go see if we got enough Nitro to finish this off real quick. And I need to test and see if it is a ring crafter thing or if it's just a forced level thing. It's probably forced level, I will be honest. I suspect it's forced. Okay, 335. I doubt we're going to get the ability to get Mystic Rings from these, but this is also me testing this as well. Yeah, there's nothing there. How much more do we need? 335, so that's what? 15, and then 15 by about 225. Okay. I'll dip down into D14 and see if it's easier to get one HO. And yes, just use the C1 boxes because they use the least amount of resources. Because the Mystic boxes themselves don't use anything. And yes, we are absolutely doing this. For anyone that doesn't know, if you don't clear a depth, you just jump in. You can just, it'll come back to you. Nice feature, especially for testing. An underground area, please. There's one. This nature was easier to aim. Yeah, let's get these rings made up, and then I'll test it again. And if it is what I think it is, then we will only be able to get the Mystic Ring Primal Loops and Depth 140. If it's ring level based, I have no idea what the level requirement would actually be at on the depth. Because we are in D15 at depth 125. Technically 118 is the level that we actually need to be at depth D15. But the game doesn't really calculate it until then, normally. At least in all the literal years of me testing this shit. And it never working. Oh god, that is a very large wall of text. Speaking of updates... Oh yeah, the FanFest, yeah. Yeah, Robo was talking about it. He may get absorbed by Final Fantasy again, from what I saw. And Evangelion, I believe it was the crossover or something? And I'm leveling on a gear rather than the old grind system. Okay. You found the command? Okay, good. Yeah, I could not remember what it was. Like, again, the last time I have exported my account, I tried doing it with the last PTS, and it didn't work because the exporting module for the server was broken. I think they fixed it at like the last week or something, but I mean, by then I didn't care. I was like, I will not care about the pet thing at all. It does not bother me. If I remember right, it's about 5 minutes. Cheno, I will be honest, with that wall of text, you should simplify that considerably. You did not need to say the rest of that. I'm assuming you just read off the patch notes directly and just copy-pasted it, is what it looks like. It's fine. It's just, yeah, I don't know jack shit about Final Fantasy on that one. Like, I like Tactics, and that's the only Final Fantasy series I've ever cared for, and the one that had Van in it. And that was about it. But that was because the AI control system that they added into that one was fucking good. The Gambit system. And they never did it again. Just shame. Just literal shame. Do I need to have my PTS account open or no for it to export? No. No. Once the command is given, the game's server already sends the account information as a copy over to the PTS. That's you typing it out? Oh my god. Yes, sir. Simplify. Simplify. What you just spit out was word salad that doesn't make any sense. You could have just said Final Fantasy is having its let me see here exactly. Yeah, you could just say that they're having their fan release. They've got a major update coming, and they're changing how progression works. And that would have been all you needed to say. I'm not kidding on that, actually. That's... The rest of that makes no sense. So... Okay, did we get enough? Nitro. 183, not enough. Almost there. There you go again. Shanna, all you have to say, let me see here, simplified tone, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you could literally just say character customizations with the color picker was added. But then I'm betting that's probably not the entire thing because Final Fantasy's, color systems suck. That's the one thing I know from Final Fantasy, the MMORPG, is that their glamour system is really bad, and it's mostly server and client limitations. There's a reason people mod the fuck out of the game just to make it look good. And the other issue was that NPCs' animations are normally pretty badly cut. And those are the only two major things that I know about that game. Which has been a problem for a long time. When I say cut, I mean that they normally use stock animation sets from other characters that are standard NPCs that stand around like shopkeepers and whatnot, and they reuse those in the main storylines, which is really weird. I will admit, I get it as a cost-saving measure, but it's really odd. Because none of the Final Fantasy games do that, it's just the MMO one that does this. Yeah, that's not really that great, Cheno. Let me be clear here. That should have been added 8 years ago. Sorry, what, 10 years ago? When was Realm Reborn? Has it been a decade or more? I forget. I think it's been over a decade. Right? I know it's released as definitely older than a decade. That one I know. Hell, fucking PSO2 had a color picker. Oh god. We old at that point. It's by internet age, that's insane. Okay, what are we at? 290, that's enough. Okay, let's test this. So 139, 138 did not work when we were not maxed. Now we have access to these. Let's make a mystic ring real quick. Game, you shouldn't have. That's exactly what I need. And then we're never going to get this exact roll on the live server. Go fuck yourself. I hate it. It even has tech seekers. Nice. If only these skills actually were good. Like, Unholy Heal is probably the only kind of interesting one, but yeah, that's so funny. Like, that's actually hilarious. Obviously, I will be testing out Pirate Captain and all the other classes as well, so don't worry about that one too much, but that is pretty funny to me. Unless we already have plenty of these, so this can go. That is a humongous boost in PR, to be honest. And again, this is my character from 2024. And the original ring. It's so funny. I can't believe it. Just here's your exact class ring. Cool. Thanks, game. Okay, let's go test this. We'll do 138. I'm doubting it's gonna work, but we never know. If we get the Mystic Primal Loop, then that means you have to actually level your rings to be able to get it at a lower tier. Even though we are in D15 right now. Just so people know, we are in D15. So let's use the rings here instead of Primal. I had 5. Oh, I see Loop. Do we have 6? Oh, we did use one. Nope. Okay, so yeah, we have to be in depth 140 to get the Mystic Loop. Confirmed. At least on PTS anyway. Let's go back. And it doesn't matter your level on the ring itself. So we'll do 140. So yes, I will be changing up how we do our delves if this is continued. Get another prime. Yep, Mystic Loop. There it is. Okay. So yeah, we'll have to change up how we do the carries then. To be honest, it's kind of a good thing. Because it means that people are going to be able to get Mystic Loops way before they get to D15. Downside, they're not going to have the souls or anything else unless they participate in D15 farming on Mondays or any other day that people are doing D15s. Though you could cheese your way through it because you can get souls, just not cores, over in the Shores of the Everdark. Baron doesn't know. They added Souls of the Depths inside the Everdark. It's extremely rare, and you normally get about like 5 an hour when farming this entire zone. Which is not great. It's ever since they added the dungeons, that's the reward structure that they gave it. I'm not gonna get ported in. I hope. See if they're still dropping. Kind of hoping that we just find one randomly. These are all going to be freaking skulls, aren't they? It's like, oh, cool. We're on the PTS. We're going to get the worst luck possible. The classic. Yes, for newer players, this is like a really weird way of getting actual progression into in-game. This is where you can get Souls of the Depths, just not cores. Which again is still weird that they're here, but yeah. And it's also not listed. But I feel like that they just added it because they wanted to, because they combined it with the event when they first added the Souls of the Depths. There's no way we're going to get one unless I spend like 20 minutes here. I don't really want to do that. I should have clipped when we did the farming originally, because this is where we were living for like, what, 4 weeks? It was not fun. I will admit that. When they killed mining for depth cores. Oh, hey, the Ally Ascension thing is still here. What? They didn't disable it. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, no. I don't think that's supposed to be here. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Oh no. Devs, is this intended? Is this intended? I don't think this is supposed to be here. That means, oh no. I think they forgot. Oh, that's actually not a good thing, because that means if this goes live and this goes live as is, the tiny quest will actually be in the update, but only in here. Of course, the Everdark is bugged again. Does it actually work? Let me get my guys. One sec. I might crash. This might explode. Oh, what was it again? It was just Flux, wasn't it? Oh, Jensen and Tad. Yeah, the Ascension stuff is still here, and it looks like they did delete the Ascension material. Okay, yeah. So only the Ascension quest is still here. Okay. Does a voucher work? Oh, vouchers do work. Tiny quest script, tableau visitors. Does that show up in my inventory, or should that get deleted? Because that should not be here, because the update was postponed. It has been quote unquote indefinitely delayed. Yeah, no. They cleared them out of our inventories on the test server, but looks like it's still here. Well, hopefully the devs see this video at some point. That's funny. That's very funny. That shouldn't be the case. Oh my god, that's great. That's so stupid. Oh well. Definitely found a bug on the PTS. Those should not be here. Yeah, screw going through that one. Let's jump back. Let's see here. What else do we need to test before we jump to the rig server? Oh yeah, I need to do primal levels on Pirate Captain. That was the one I wanted to test. We need to make some rings. And that means we also got to go to depth 140. And I want to see if this works. It might have a PR requirement. but I have no idea. I don't even have my other outfit on. Nope. No, we can easily get our primals. Give me a second. I'm gonna pop those. And we're, God, flashbang. Okay, let's test Pirate Captain. This was the one I wanted to know the most. This one and Dracolite were the two. If I put my actual gear on, it wouldn't matter. Raiders of Vast. What's this one? Men of War now summons a parrot. Okay, so we still have the originals. Good. For anyone wondering, All Hands on Deck was the original one that was very good. Because you get this dude. And you could do stupid shit like this. And get a bunch of dudes, and they are very, very fast, and they are almost hit scan. So this was the guy that actually pretty much carries Pirate Captain, but it also means that you have to actually have the ring for All Hand on Deck. What was the new one? First mate has a chance to spawn doubloons when he hits the enemy. It's just raiders. Okay. I was going for the effects here, so give me a second while I check these. Dummy diffused, rushed escape. Empire is replaced with a diffused dummy, which costs only 45 energy to throw, but no longer explodes. And rushed escape is... Ah, yes, that is the Shadow Hunter ability. I need to test this, guys. I want to see how this one feels. We've got All Hands on Deck. Rushed escape. Use it. Does it give me? Oh my god, it does. Ah! Wait, it doesn't show. Oh, the buff is showing up there. Oh my god, Speedy Pirate Captain. How much speed is that? Hold up. So we're at 124. 174. That is actually pretty good. I keep the movement. I do keep the movement speed through between characters. So we're base 40. We go to 196. If I switch to... Oh my god, wait. Does this actually work? Oh, they are independently applying. Hold up. Wait a minute. 252? Oh no. Oh no. Oh sh. You guys know what that means, right? PTS is taking too long to load your account? Fuck. That's a problem. The ring effect and Shadow Hunter's ability stack. Just gonna leave it as is, as that. Do we know if they're giving any rewards for loading into the PTS this time? Normally they do it. So for reference, the last couple PTSs, when you logged in, they normally give you like 7 days of patron for trying out the PTS. Yes, because this is Mystic 1. So if you go back to one with the loop, this is the Crystal 1s. These are Mystic 1s. When they get to Mystic 5, or Crystal 5, you're kind of looking at probably going to be, you know, a bit more pain, such as this. But obviously, every tier 1 ring is normally just really, really cheap. It's just, once you get on up to the high end, then you're looking at this insanity. Which is, yeah. I'll be honest, skip Crystal 5. You don't need this. Like this is actual just suffering. Like, you'll just need to get to 350. It is. It is. So the fact that they released Crystal 5 rings and Mystic 1 rings at the same time is just stupid to me. Because they probably already had this stuff ready. But they wanted to make it so a Mystic would already come out at the same point. And Mystic 1s are going to be obviously dirt cheap, material cost wise. The only issue is getting the Mystic loops for your characters. But we now know that after doing the testing just now, if we're at depth 140 in the Delves, we get Mystic loops when we hit a prime level. So we can easily get these. Obviously, it's just everything else. But seriously, like, I'm going to be honest. Most people, the progression you're going to do, you're going to get on up to where you can level reasonably before D15. You're going to get your C1 boxes, and you're just going to use these to get 350. Just this is how we all did it. And this is how you're going to do it. You're going to constantly level your character. You're going to get 50 of your primal loops, and you're going to make 50 C1 boxes. When you get to 350, you're going to go straight into the Delves at depth 140, and you're just going to run Delves until you hit your prime levels. You're going to get your Mystic loops, and then you're going to pop your boxes. Obviously, when Mystic 2 comes out, this is going to get a lot worse. Because that's exactly what happened with crystal rings. When Mystic 2 comes out, it's going to get nasty. When Mystic 3 comes out, it's going to get really nasty. And when it becomes Crystal 4 and Crystal 5, we're looking at, you need 50 copies. Yeah. As I said, enjoy it while we only have one. When it hits 2, 3, 4, and 5, it ain't going to be fun. Because remember, if you notice, these are crystal ring crafter tickets. They do not work up to Mystic. We don't even have a Mystic one at the moment. Which means, do not dismantle your rings. I will be the first to say this for anyone that is tuning in on either YouTube or Twitch. When we get the Mystic update, do not dismantle your Mystic rings until Mystic 2 comes out. Because if you do, you will probably not get the Mystic ticket that the Ring Crafters tickets actually work off of. Because these are specifically saying crystal. Which to me screams, these can't be used for Mystic. So don't do that. Actually, I'll actually dismantle one right now just to make sure. I'm pretty certain we do not get one. Where's the... Yes. Nope. You just get a loop back. Oh, Devs. Oh, that's pain. That's actually pain. Because if you notice on this one, you get a loop, you get your tickets back, and you get some of the materials. On a Mystic, it's just the loop. Even if you get a crit hit ring, which crit hit rings are useless, just so everyone knows, you can easily hit 100% crit, especially when you're at this point for Mystic gear. Crit hit is worthless. Do not dismantle this. You're going to need to hold, if you get a crit hit ring, you're going to have to hold it until later. Because otherwise you're not going to be able to get the materials back whenever they retroactively add in Mystic 2, 3, 4, and 5. This has happened before. It'll happen again. Do not do it. There's your PSA. This is why I'm testing on the PTS right now. Just don't make that mistake. I need to go do some D15 actually, and Don't think my character. Oh, my carriage is 2 years old, but it's still like this is the last time that we got the snapshot in. I'm pretty certain I still can't get that. Yeah. What that say? Yeah, you cannot purchase this for testing purposes. Yeah, well, oh well. I forget. Did I ever add back then the reforge to my actual base? I don't think I did. No, did I? I did. Hooray. Fact that I've snapshotted this 2 years ago, and it's just like, and yes, for anyone wondering, we are at 421 portals. As I said, it's been a while. It has been a while. Okay, I'm out of water. Okay, certain I'm out of everything. Okay, well, we'll just have to make do. How many cores do I still have left? I have more cores on my actual account than I do on this one for sure. I think I'm gonna just do the stupid. Give me a second. Because I want to test this. And also, never do this on the live server. Like, whatever you do. I'm actually taking my other character's ring and putting it on my Shadowhunter. Does it apply with the other effect? Grants a short duration movement speed increase after dodging. Okay, so they do not both cast at the same point, but they do stack. For anyone wondering, this is the stupid thing that I was talking about. So notice I rushed escape on this one. So we get the buff for this. And if I did a quick swap, they're both applied. We're going 252. That's hilarious. That's so funny. It's so dumb. If they ever allow us to hotkey, like changing to specific classes, I just throw it on my mouse and just instantly just roll between my classes and get the stupid speed. Like I've got Pirate Captain going at 224. What the fuck? With no other modifiers. That's so dumb. Pop that. Swap to him. That's probably the fastest I think I've gotten Pirate Captain, besides a very specific glitch. That's so funny. It's so weird what they did with this. So for reference, Raising Tide used to give you 2 of your turrets. And then they made it do 3. And then now they've done Throwing First that mate or Man of War creates an explosion. Which is this. Which is really weird. Actually, do I even have my C5 gun? Hold up. Okay, I do. Let me take all my stuff off. Let me get that back. Don't need that. 260. I need to go test him. That's why I'm doing this real quick. Dino Tamer. And Pirate Captain. Okay. Let's go D14. Let's see how he's handling this. I just want to see the damage on the turret. It's so weird that it's like we've turned the turret into a hand grenade, but we remove the ability to do the turreting. I think that's the part that like freaks me out a little bit on this, where I'm like, I don't know if this is a nerf or a buff. And I won't be able to tell you until I can get an accurate like check on this. Are you able to activate anything? Oh my god, wait. Is it not affected by crit? Hold up. Is that not critting for a second? We have 120% critical hit. And I was seeing a non-crit. And I am concerned. It's like, wait. Hold up. Is that not working? It doesn't explode. What? Firing first immediate causes an explosion. Is it just completely busted? Yeah, it does no damage. I have not. I wanted to test Pirate Captain because it's the one I've been very much wanting to know. Knight, I think, was probably a buffed one, but I didn't know for sure. Like, obviously, we just got in. Yeah, no, it mines like Boomeranger, but it does no damage. What the fuck? What have they done to my boy? At least the projectile's better. I'll give him that at least. I haven't seen the turret miss, so that's an improvement. But yeah, look at this. It does no damage on the explosion. What is the point of this? You took away 2 of my turrets and gave me a slightly better projectile. But the fire rate is worse. That's very obvious. But it can mine. What? I am now discount Boomeranger. Don't mind me. What the fuck? No, it doesn't. Debs, what have you done? Go back to the drawing board on this one. What the hell? Yeah, I'm getting the parrot on. It's more funny when you do it this one with the cereal box cannon. Oh, it's so bad. What happened? Oh my god. The VFX are changed too. They're just default now. What have they done? They've murdered my boy. Okay, at least that one's kind of working. Oh my god. Yeah, free mining drill, pretty much. Oh my, what the hell? Okay, let's pop this. Okay, so the mortars are still effective until they miss. Probably should throw Crucible back on. Equig, do your thing. And let me throw Crucible back in. Are you getting like... I don't know what you're doing. And there's the hit detection being derpy as fuck. I think they made Pirate Captain actually worse. But I don't know how. Oh god. Oh man. Okay, so that's still hitting, so that's good. Okay, that one hit. Pop these, throw the mortar. Yeah, it's lit. It is able to delete blocks. What the? Hold up. So that can't, but that can. What? What? This is why I wanted to see what they're doing to Pirate Captain. This is completely just... oh my god. It's fucked, guys. So I'm betting if I land the... Let me see here. Yeah. What the fuck? It's so stupid. That is such a stupid change. Why? It doesn't even do damage. Oh my god, this lab's gonna transition to bro. You're not wrong. I also enjoy the fact that, yeah, the tiny quests are broken. They're still showing up on the PTS. My poor pirate captain. What have you done, devs? You've given me a better Boomer Ranger for mining. That is what you have done. What is this? What have you done to my turret class? What the hell happened? Why? Why? Oh, you can! The mortar does! The mortar just deletes them! It's just that the tiny turret can't. Only the mortar can. I'm going to the delves. We need to know. I need to test this. This is so stupid. You know what, I'm gonna just stay at 140. Oh my god. What have they done to my poor pirate captain, man? We're a turret class. We're not the exploding mortar class. Like, if a mortar explodes, that means something went wrong. That didn't mean it went right. Also, there is some very weirdness going on with the non-crits here. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, it can. It can mine the delt walls. It's just really weak. Let's see the mortar. Oh my god. It works. What is this? What have they done to my poor pirate captain, man? Oh my god. And it's the fact that the explosion, the class gem itself, does not do damage. It does terrain damage. Hey, look, it's only when he shoots he's doing damage. Throwing him like a hand grenade does nothing. I have to wait for him to actually, like, shoot something. Mind you, the damage on him is still really, really good, but they took away 2 of my turrets, so, there's that. Also, let me see. Can I get the turret to miss? That's the bigger question. Okay. Throw you over there. The hit registration is better, but they're not moving in a really awkward way. Also, I think the duration has been reduced. Just slightly. Feels like a second less. Turret, can you, no, there, it's showing its cover. It's doing the thing again. He can't shoot because he's in the block. See? If you throw him right there in the block, he can't shoot. I have to put him right there. Okay, and move him around. That's your hit detection. Nope, still doing it. It's still doing the thing. They still haven't fixed it, man. For anyone wonders why I don't play Pirate Captain, even though I love this class, it's for shit like this. He just... Every time he can't reallocate a target. And now we've got 2 less turrets than we had before. Let me see if the mortar's got the same problem still. And it missed. Son of a bitch. Immediately misses. Immediately. Didn't even try. What the hell have they done to my man? My god. Devs, if you are watching this at any point, please go back to the drawing board with Pirate Captain. Please. Whatever this is, it doesn't even work. Like, cool, I can mine the delves as a pirate captain. Did they add another class gem or something that I don't know about? Screw it. Let's go run some class gem keys. Maybe there's something else that I'm missing. There's got to be something. I doubt it. Like, at this point, I'm just like, okay, I am now a discount boomeranger that doesn't do damage from the explosion, but I can mine blocks and I can mine dungeons in a humongous radius using a mortar. Like, that is massive. But the mortar itself doesn't do any terrain damage. It's only spawning it that does the terrain damage. And also the little turret also does the same thing. Like, say I dig through here. Like, how many class gem keys do I have on this snapshot? I think they're... No, I got them right there. There we go. I need to know. We need to test. Also, I probably should... Well, we are running around. I should probably keep the dash ring. Yeah, this is why we test things. Does this destroy the terrain? Okay, good. It doesn't. Good. That would have also been kind of rude if that did that. Yeah, they definitely cut the duration on the turret just a little bit. It feels like it's a second late. Like it dies out a second early. They didn't even increase the damage. They increased the speed of the projectile, it looks like, but only slightly. Like, I can definitely feel that the turret's hit detection is a little bit better, but it's still having issues targeting things. And now I can only put one down. This used to allow you to do 3. When we go back to the live server, I'll show you guys. But this was the thing I was the most worried about, and after playing with this, this is even worse than I imagined. Yeah, Raising Tide. I'm assuming that there isn't a new class gem, but I just want to make sure. I'm gonna do a couple. Like, if the devs wanted to be somewhat mean about this, they would just make a new class gem for Pirate Captain, and then we'd have to go grind out a new class gem anyway. Which I would not put it past them because they did that for Faye. But reworking this class gem, the original, to be whatever the hell this is very concerning. Also, dude bugged out and landed outside the arena. Oh, God. What have you done to my guy? Like, seriously? Still didn't fix the hit detection or targeting. Come on. Okay, that one you could see it. That's good. Like, seriously, I do love the playstyle of this, but man, the playstyle has been absolutely gutted with this update. Just making sure. No, it just looks like it's Raising Tide. And throwing first mate of Man of War creates an explosion. I see how all hands on deck's working. Come here, you. And yes, for anyone wondering if, like, I hate to say this, but I know I'm gonna have to. Pirate Captain, ever since they added rings, has been balanced around this skill. The only good news... I can't believe this doesn't even do anything. It just screws you over. I was gonna say the only good news is that they didn't change all hands on deck. So that's something, I guess. For anyone wondering, the all hands on deck gives you this little minion dude. Let's see if we can find someone else that will survive. They're very fast. And they will kill a lot of things. The funny part is that their damage doesn't show up. It's been like intermittent patches when this works. At least the mortar can still target things normally. So yeah, they didn't touch this combo. So that's good. It's just the actual, yeah, we can't tell how much damage they actually do from patch to patch. Just know that it is a lot of damage sometimes. And also this hand grenade thing doesn't work. So Devs, why? I just want to make sure I'm not missing something, or they released a new class gem that's hidden or something stupid. Nope. Is the wording the same? Yes. Why? Why are we discount Boomer Ranger now? Like, what the fuck? Trove devs, why? Why did you get Pirate Captain for no reason? Like, what in God's green earth possessed you to think this is a good idea? This doesn't even do damage. You've made my class gem actually destabilize terrain when I'm a turret class. And you took away my other 2 turrets. Who thought this was a good idea? And why? Like, what the hell? I'm so confused. Like, this makes no sense. Oh well. Again, at least Old Matey is still working. For reference. Now you can do something like this. You just get a squad of dudes. Normally when you're doing D15, this is what you're doing. You're just spamming potions and flasks while regenerating using Magic Find. And then you're just spamming out more and more and more mortars. The mortar hit detection doesn't look like it's been changed, which is still problematic. But they've just gutted our right click, which is our little turret. And also, it's not... No one's going to end up using the decoy ring because you need the damage from the Old Matey. So... New night dodge? Fair enough. It definitely feels a lot better because you're able to actually not be locked into the animation. I did poke at it when I first logged in. So when you add more speed, you technically belly flop faster, but you can also jump out of it. Yep, there's no slowdown. Also, the jump is not interrupted when you try to jump from this. If you try to do this on the actual live server right now, you'll just lock yourself. Like you'll literally go like this, and then you won't be able to move for like a split second. I don't think they changed much with the class gem either, and memeing with it. Yeah, it doesn't do anything on that front. It's only the ring effects that give you the stance. Though I do think the charge might actually be somewhat more useful because of the stance effect, but it's still, you're better off without the class gem. But hey, at least the dash is better. I'll give you that. The other one I wanted to test was Faye. This Faye should now have slow fall. But no minion left behind, really. And not always. And the more interesting one... let's do the combo I wanted to check. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does what I thought it did. Did you have innate slow falling all the time? You have the same effect as Solarian when you have the Primordial Dragon. And then it should burn out after a second. Yep. But yeah, this allows you to do some very stupid things with Fae, which is actually kind of nice, but on the other hand, it kind of fucks up your... Like, if you're doing delves, I would say probably never jump on Fae anymore. Like, that's the problem. If you're playing Fae and you're doing the delves at any point, and you're, like, say, an actual Fae player, you physically should never jump. If you jump, you will be stuck in this slow fall animation in the delves. When you are stuck doing the stupid double helix down, this is cancer. Like, this is like the worst thing in the game, is being a slow falling while having to navigate in a circular fashion. Is you need momentum to get through those delve floors when they're that terrible. And this takes it away now. So, not great. Though at least for speed farming, you can do this in the air. The issue is you can't regenerate your energy, which they still didn't fix. Which it really needs to be. There it goes. You gotta do like 3 seconds with it. And then the slow fall still kicks in. Wonder, can I cheese this? There's that. If I jump again, that stops recharge. But then it freaks out like that. So yeah, you actually need the Primordial Dragon to do this. You need the slow fall on top of the super jump and the slow fall. That's actually kind of funny and terrible. Because that means Faye is probably going to be the most quote-unquote pay-to-win character in the game. To actually be able to play it. Yeah. Like, to be able to play this, you literally must have Progenitor of Cosmos. And you might... Let me see. Let me see if I can do it with the Volatile Bounder. There's a little bomby boy. There he is. Maybe not. The timing's a little off. It's still doable. It's just not to the same extent of stupidity where you can just keep going up. The slow fall effect still does apply because it's a bounding one. Until it doesn't. That's actually causing the problem. That's funny. So yeah, if we jump, go up, engage slow fall, then get on it. Now, we can only get 2 jumps before it runs out. And I gotta do this. Okay, so you can do it. You just gotta do it like 1, 2, jump, then repeat. Okay, so you can do it with this one. That's funny. And then when it burns out, we're just gonna fall like a rock. So yeah, there you go. There's your new movement tech with Faye. Problem is, it's still slow as all hell. And you gotta use a lot of really funky teleport mechanics on top of everything. And keep an eye on your jump count. But your teleport speed is still just as ridiculous as it was before. It's just that you're stuck with a slow fall. So can't tell if that's a benefit or a major pain in the butt. Because if you're doing delves, this is going to suck. If you're doing overworld farming, this is probably pretty good. But only because you can technically now slow fall Volatile Bounder and Primordial. And the second you do that, I mean, it is technically an upgrade to an extent, but only in overworld farming. That still feels really weird. That feels really weird to do. It's not terrible, it's just not amazing, but it is at least, I think, slightly better just because you can do that. Because before you, like, when we go back to the live server, that's not possible. What I just did there is not possible in Fae. It's only because of the slow fall mechanic. Is you can do the same thing with Solarian when you do the right click. Is you get this slow fall mechanic, and you're able to use both the primordial for the extra jumps and volatile bounder to do some kind of actually interesting navigation like techniques. But it's mostly only really useful in sundering uplands. Hence why I said like the farming method is, it's there, but it's very clunky and derpy to do. But hey, at least Knight's getting a buff, I guess. Pirate Captain's getting fucking left out in the... I don't even know, man. I feel like they just took me out back and shot me in the back of the head. Like, what happened, man? Like, I don't get more than one turret. I get this mining turret that doesn't even do damage. This does no damage. I could throw this at an enemy and it will do nothing. And also, it doesn't... It's got the same boomeranger problem. This doesn't go down. Could have done to the class nobody plays, basically. I know. Of everything they could have done to the class nobody plays. And it's just like... I am literally one of the few Pirate Captain enjoyers in the entire community, I guess, at this point. Like, I thought there was more. I actually did. And then it's just like, congratulations, I'm like the only one. And the realization of that is... I need you guys to not shoot anything real quick. Is it doing damage or not? That's the thing. Because when we went in the other one, it did nothing. Okay. So that's doing damage. When I go on up to D14, D15, it shows nothing. And also, there's no damage numbers either. But I'm not seeing the health bars move. Is it an execution? Is that what they gave this thing? I am very confused right now. It's like, this wasn't even hurting anything. Also, we'll need to go to D14. Again, this is a 2-year-old snapshot of my account, so I have not worked on my magic gems at this point. Let me go find an enemy and try to hit him with the turret. You. Yeah, nothing. It does nothing. Only the shooting does something. And obviously the minion, because the minion is just really, really good and has always been good. I'm grateful that they didn't change Old Matey. That's something. Even if the entire class is balanced around the ring effect. But why is the explosion not doing anything? And yet somehow can kill some things. Like, yeah, look, no damage done. There's no anything on the health. And then when the turret shoots him, he's just dead instantly. I was kind of expecting it to be a hand grenade or something, and then it's just like, no. No, it digs. Like, what? Devs, what have you done to my pirates? What is this? Like, I understand that he's probably the least played class in this game. I understand that Old Matey has been bugged off and on every other patch. So I don't ever get to see damage numbers. Like, as you can see, like there is no damage numbers. I cannot see them. The game will not literally allow me to see them. Even if I spawn more of them and then come over here. Come here, guys. Can you do anything? Can you give me some numbers? No. Yeah, you turn me into discount boomeranger, and you don't even give me the boom. Like, what is happening? I got a hand grenade turret. I'm so confused. What is this? What have you done? This is what I was worried about. That it wouldn't, like... It's worse than I was expecting, to be honest. Like, I was kind of just expecting it to be like, okay, so it explodes a turret. They're getting rid of my extra turrets, so I don't get to have, like, a small little mini army to shoot at stuff. Which, you know, defeats the purpose of a turret class. But the explosion doesn't do any damage. Yeah. Throwing a first meteor man won't work, creates an explosion. It mines. Oh boy, does it mine materials. But, the explosion doesn't do damage. Only the turret shooting does damage. And old matey's damage numbers aren't even showing. Here, him in the face. Is it maybe doing like 1 damage or something? Or is it just so imperceptible that I can't even tell? I don't know. Oh my goodness, why? Like, you just buffed him, you gave him 3 turrets, and now you're taking away 2 of them, and you're giving him the ability to be a discount Boomer Ranger. What is happening? Like... Ah! It didn't even increase the fire rate of his actual, like, left-click attack. This is the exact same. Even if I reach 300% attack speed, which I can do on live, it's pointless. I don't get it. I legitimately do not get it. Why was Ellis? Oh yeah, because I was doing the other meme setup. Arcane. Like again, Pirate Captain's damage has always been pretty okay. I would put him in the middle of the pack, even though he has no mobility, he has no extra survivability, as the devs would put it, and his turrets have always had terrible hit detection, as we've seen tonight alone on the test server here, where it's like, nope, that wasn't changed. All that was changed is we went from 3 turrets to 1. And 1 turret doesn't do damage. This is depressing, what they did to my guy. I really hope they reconsider this or do something. This is not acceptable. Like, what in the world? Why? Like, why would anyone want to invest in a class that you've turned into discount Boomer Ranger that doesn't even get the explosions? Like, this does no damage. It just destroys blocks around it. It doesn't do anything. I don't understand. I mean, you could do this to a dungeon, I guess. That's something. Watch them nerf this and make it so it doesn't do anything. Again, I do not understand what they've done to my Pirate Captain. Like, why? He's not even hard to fix either. I think that's the worst part about this. You just make his mortars hit scan, or you make it so his turrets are semi-mobile, where they just orbit you. Like, it's not difficult to fix this guy. It never has been. Turning his turrets into 1 turret and turning it into a hand grenade is not how we fix this. That's not even game ago, it's the devs. That's the thing. Like, ever since the very beginning with Tryon and the devs, Pirate Captain has been in a weird position for a very long time. He is a turret class. He is what we would class as like a century turret. Like the engineer of TF2. Pretty much. It's just the devs themselves. Like, that's the thing. It's not even the publisher on this one. This is just the devs making such a really weird decision. Like, we have turret classes. Yeah. But I mean, it's like we have TF2. We have so many freaking turret classes in all these other games. We have spell totems and PoE. Like, this is none of these. Like, this doesn't make any sense. The fact that this does no damage is the weirdest part. Or it is doing damage, but it's not showing damage numbers, and it does no damage to at-level enemies. Like, only the turret shooting is doing damage. Like, let me jump... You know what? I'm going to do this. We're going to jump down and see if it can kill anything. And where. I'm fine with more mining. It's just why Pirate Captain? And why an explosion like this? Like, if you're gonna do it, why the turret? Just make his left click do it. Or make him, or change this from a turret to a hand grenade or something. Like, just give him a stick of TNT. Boom, done. So we lose our turrets. It makes more sense though. I'm like, but this is still a turret. It's still active. Nope, that can't kill it. Only the turret portion can. Okay. Let's go down in difficulty. So definitely not Sundered Uplands. It doesn't hurt them. God made the turret prioritize enemies, and when none are near, it auto-mines ore. I know, bots would abuse the hell out of it. I mean, if they wanted to do that, they would turn the turret into a laser. Like, to be honest, if they had done it like a dot laser, where it just like the turret locks onto a target, and then shoots a beam, and then it does damage over time, so that way it stays hit scan, and then ignores the hit detection issue of the server, that would have been fine. I mean, it would just be, you know, Space Pirate. Like, at that point, you're dealing with, like, Space Pirate, and then the mortar is just the regular one. So that would have been a fine addition. Like, I'm not even going to lie on that. If they had just done that, that'd be fine. But, nope, that does no damage. Okay. And just fly over and then right-click. Yeah, only when they shoot does it do damage. This looks so stupid. I'm like throwing a hand grenade that does no damage, so it just blows up the terrain underneath them. I mean, hey, at least it looks funny. I'll give them that. Yeah, it does. It hits them, but it does no damage. Oh, that's funny. I guess I could carpet bomb them with kindness. I don't know. You could do this now, I guess. That's something. It doesn't cost any energy to do it because you only have the coinage. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. This is such a stupid idea. It's like, this is the best you get at a pirate captain. Like, cool, we got a bunch of terrain deformation. That's cool. Was that the intended purpose? Like, was this the intended purpose? Was to just be able to mine everything, but then it does no damage? And you took away the one thing that made Pirate Captain interesting, which was multiple turrets? Like, I mean, if that is what they wanted, I mean, they succeeded. That's not exactly what anyone playing Pirate Captain would want, though. Like, here, let's go over to D15 and see if we can mine any of the D15 ores. Like, maybe it'll have a use for that. Like, maybe you don't need to use Boomeranger. Maybe that was their thought process. Like, they're like, oh, nobody plays Pirate Captain, so I guess we could just turn him into discount magic version of Boomeranger. I'm gonna laugh. This doesn't actually break ore. Okay, good. It does. God, I would have been pissed. I would have actually been like, okay, we're going back to the reg server if that happened. Handle Cinnabar. Yep. Handle the new ore. Yep. I just throw the mortar down there to make a giant hole. I'm not gonna lie, having a snapshot from almost over 2 years ago and still being able to hurt things in D15 is funny to me. But again, it's literally just the same gear from my Dino Tamer and everything else, so not that big of a deal. Yeah, I guess this is its intended purpose now. And what have they done to my guy? Like, seriously? I guess I can do this. There. It stings. It does sting. It's like, what happened? Why? Why are you nerfing one of the least played classes in this game? And then also, why is the explosion that do damage? I mean, it does nothing. I'm just throwing the turret at him like a hand grenade, and it's just like, nah, nothing. It only does damage when it shoots something. And the worst part is, you can't even like lock down an enemy with this. Because you're actually deleting the terrain every time you throw one of them. So you can't just like pin them in a hole that you dig. Yeah, it does nothing. You give me a bomb that doesn't do any damage. I don't understand. What have you done? Let's go back to the main server. This is painful to play in. Like, oh, the servers are smooth here, but yeah, this is not a fun discovery. Okay. Switch over to the regular one. I'll change the title as well for the streams. I gotta be honest, I'm just gonna put it in. Discovery depth 140. New start. Let's see, Del boss carry time. We'll do that one. And I'm just gonna put it at the front. Pirate Captain ruined. I'm gonna go over to YouTube. I gotta do the same thing. Yeah, man, they wrecked it. Like, they destroyed Pirate Captain completely. Like, what in God's green earth were they thinking? Move that. There. I just don't get it. Like, he was the least played class in the entire game. We finally got a buff. It didn't solve the problems, but at least it addressed it a little bit. And then it's just, okay, cool. It's just fucked. Oh, man. Yes, for anyone wondering, let me jump over to my dude. I'll change his head here. And the other one on before. Better. But his class gem gives you 3 turrets. This was actually a way of addressing the hit detection being really, really bad. So, you know. And also, yeah, they are actually lasting an extra second. That, oh my god. What have you done, Devs? Oh my god. Why? Why? Like, why did you get rid of artillery? Like, we don't get to keep it. That's the thing. We do not get to keep it like Fake had to keep it. Oh, wrong one. I got a Faye. And also, yes, for phase purposes, as you noticed, the slow fall was a thing. And it's just kind of... I would say it's technically a buff for specific situations in Fae and nerf and others. And then Pirate Captain, that's just an absolute just scrubbing of everything good on the character. That's pain. It's just pain. Why, devs? Why? Why did you do this? Why? Oh my god. Has there been any You know what? Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up on Trovosaurus. Has there been any announcements if we're going to get a keep artillery or not? Because I do not want that other class gem. Like that shouldn't even be added to the game. That is completely useless. I just cannot believe that they're going to go through with something like this, and it's this bad of an update. Yeah, there's literally no mention of anything, and there isn't even like a... Yeah, there isn't even a place to even give feedback on the PTS this time. Hey, Mister, yeah. But man, it's just... What the hell? Like, I thought it was gonna be kind of eh. Like, maybe they're gonna make it so that way the explosion is gonna do a percentage of the damage, so you just keep throwing your turret, which doesn't really facilitate the turret mechanic, but it would be at least something. The fact that it does no damage and only does terrain damage. So you lose 2 turrets, you gain no fire rate, you gain no damage, and all you get is literally a slightly bigger Boomeranger bomb. That is Pirate Captain on the PTS. That is fucking terrible. Like, oh my goodness, what has happened? And I'll say, hey, Lucas. Yeah, they wrecked Pirate. Like, we're going from this to whatever the hell that was on the PTS, and I don't even want to think about it. Like, like what? Am I the only person who actually cares about this class? Am I the only turret enjoyer here? Like, Chloromancer didn't really get screwed over, thankfully. And the only thing is we don't really use the class gym anyway because this is still one of the stupidest things in this game. For anyone that doesn't know what Chloromancer, you actually don't have a limit on your turret. The issue is you got to be 15 tiles away to place your turrets, and they can only be placed in sets of 3. If you do one in between, they all die. They added that as an arbitrary limiter because people were spamming the hell out of this class. So that's how they fixed it for quote unquote balancing purposes. So if you hit your ult, you will notice that thankfully it doesn't do the spores anymore. But it used to actually spew out spores all the time, and it would actually delete your plants. So we never used it. And now they're doing an empower thing, which then does the same thing as what it was before. So we're probably just never going to use it again. But yeah, you can get a stupid amount of turrets out and still be able to be doing like regular combat while doing this. So I guess Chloromancer is the only hope now. We're stuck with Chloromancer only because Pirate Captain is literally about to get his just lunch money taken completely. Like, my god, guys. Devs, please reconsider. Whatever you do, if you see this, please reconsider the Pirate Captain changes. I don't know who over there thought it was a good idea to do whatever the heck they're doing on the test server. But, don't. Like, seriously, don't. Split the actual class gems and just make them both spawn. If you really want to add the other one, so that way people can use Pirate Captain to mine, then split them. Do not get rid of artillery. Under any circumstance. Please. Just don't. And also, with the mining thing, it doesn't even hurt enemies. I'm assuming that's a bug. But I don't know. I really don't. But please reconsider and do not get rid of artillery. That's all I can ask for. Because, yeah, no, Pirate Captain is going to get rinsed if the PTS goes live tomorrow with no changes. Pirate Captain is just dead. Like, you're making a magic version of Boomeranger that doesn't even get to do the damage. The turret throw and mortar does not hurt enemies. It only mines. Yeah, Claro, Neon Ninja, and Tomb Raiser for contests. Thank you, Sheno. No, this... Don't do this. Think of something else than this. This is just dog shit. I'm sorry. It's really bad. Whatever they were thinking is just really, really, really dumb. And I don't know why. Like, why in God's green earth would you take a turret class and turn the turret into a mining hand grenade that does not do damage with the explosion when thrown? Why? It only does damage when it shoots after a second of it being spawned. The only purpose that actual class gem gives you is the ability to mine like Boomeranger. It does not give damage. It takes away 2 of your turrets, and it makes your turret class into just a pirate that throws a turret that's a hand grenade for mining. What? I do not understand. I don't get it. Like, I thought maybe you guys, like the devs, would be trying to turn it into like semi-Boomeranger thing where just it cause an explosion, or maybe Solarian where the bird causes explosions that do damage. That's what it looked like in the actual testing. It doesn't. See anything different to you? What do you mean? What do you mean? You're just normal. Hasn't been much changes, man. I can't even be hyped for the freaking rings effects. 55k? Nice. That's actually nice. I can't even be hyped for the ring effects because the only thing saving Pirate Captain now is the ring effect. And guess what? It's even bugged on the PTS. Old Matey doesn't do damage. Like, he does damage, but it doesn't show the damage numbers. I don't even know if it's even counting for your own kill. That's been an issue before. So for anyone that doesn't know, with Pirate Captain, your ring effect is how they balanced Pirate Captain. That's literally how they did it like almost 5 years ago at this point. And the main issue is every other patch, Old Matey, the ring effect, sometimes your minion doesn't show your damage numbers. And sometimes that also means that you don't get credit when he kills stuff, which is really weird. It makes no sense because you're still in range of the dungeon, but that's happened before. And I'm like, at least in the PTS, we were getting credit when he was killing stuff in the dungeons that we just did. But the damage numbers aren't displaying again, which means that if it goes live, there's a high possibility that it might actually be broken again. We have no idea. It's frustrating. And this is definitely one of those, what? Why? Who thought this was a good idea? That's the thing I want to know. I do not do this. Please. Oh my god. And also, we are going to have to start from 140. Because the new rings, their loops, spawn when you get a prime level at 140 and above. Oh, it is easy. The problem is that it means it's going to be a lot more dangerous for newer players when we're doing these carries. I know 140 is nothing. What I'm saying is that the problem is congratulations, we carry people that are literally brand new to the game or even just console converts. Which will be kind of interesting to see how this plays out. Like, I'm kind of happy that we're actually finally able to move up in the actual difficulty of the delve depths. Which is something nice. It's just, Pirate Captain's fucked, man. There's no other way I can put it. Like, they converted artillery into a class gem that does nothing to help you and actually hinders your play. It mines materials and does no damage. And you're using a turret that actually needs to target things, but guess what? It can end up deleting the wall that the turret is targeting because the hit detection wasn't fixed. So it's even worse, as we saw. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Holy crap. How did it come to this? Debs, why? Why are you doing this? We need a way to give them feedback. There's got to be some way to give them feedback. This PTS, they didn't even they haven't opened up anything yet. Like, mind you, it's been active since what, Tuesday? There's got to be some way to at least inform the devs that they got to do something about Pirate Captain. Like, just postpone any changes to him. That is not how, no. Current Pirate Captain is infinitely better than what we were playing on the PTS. Not to mention, he's also bugged on the PTS. So that doesn't even help either. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. I had hope. I think that's the worst part. I did actually have a bit of hope on this one. Because I was like, maybe, I mean, they showed it off on the live stream, and it kind of makes sense. They didn't show any damage numbers. So I was like, that's a little weird, but sure. They're just trying to turn him into Semi-Solarian or something, or Boomeranger a little bit. And then it's just like, no, they are legitimately not doing either of those things. They're just turning him into a bigger bomb to Boomeranger that doesn't actually hurt enemies. It only hurts terrain. Oh god. Alright, Brits, you needed it? There you go. I'll send one to Shino too. Just stings, man. It's like, cool, we're gonna get a rework for Pirate Captain, blah blah blah, and then it's just like, no, you're getting trash. They are handing us a literal garbage bin to throw our current class gem into, and that's it. And we don't even get to keep it. Like, if that's what they're going to do on the PTS, and they're getting rid of artillery, and they're changing it to the Armady, and that's a permanent change, I mean, Pirate Captain's dead. Like, legitimately dead. Like, I don't see a way for them to fix that. Like, even if the explosion did damage, like if it could actually hurt anything in this game, like even if it did a fraction of the mortar's actual damage, it still wouldn't fix it because it's still deleting the terrain around the mortar. And then the enemies would still get displaced to a point where they wouldn't be able to take damage, even when you're throwing the mortar as an explosive device. Like, there's no fixing that. Like, I don't understand what the devs are doing. Like, you have a Sentry turret class. You have Pirate Captain. Why are you getting rid of his turrets and giving him just one, and then that one turret doesn't do any more damage, doesn't shoot faster, it has a mining explosion. It doesn't even do damage. Why? What was the point? It can mine in delves, I guess. I don't know anymore. Did anyone get to test Ice Age on the PTS? That was the other one, and Dracolite. Did they take away Dracolite's babies? Like the actual Draco babies? That was the one thing I didn't check. I was going to, but then Pirate Captain ended up being such an absolute farce that it's just like, oh my god, what have we done? Devs, take it back. To just undo this. Like, seriously, there's way better ways to make Pirate Captain like a dead class than this. Like, this is an extra like level of sad. It's like, what in the hell happened? I mean, hey, at least the only silver lining I can say is that they didn't get rid of Old Matey, the ring effect. So I guess that's your only saving grace. Your right click is dead. You don't want to use the actual class gem anymore at all. Because if you use the class gem, your mortar will destroy the terrain. Which will then make it so that way enemies can dodge your mortar. Which already doesn't have a very good track record of hitting targets. So it's like, this is literally the double whammy here, is what we're dealing with. And it's like, oh my god. What the hell happened? I think the worst part is I was planning on moving all my gyms over to my Pirate Captain when the update came out, and obviously we did that for the PTS, but that's not happening if this continues as it is. Yeah, that's a no-go. I think the craziest thing about Pirate Captain is the fact that they have ways of fixing this. And they seem to just do the exact opposite. I thought we were going the right direction. We got 3 turrets. Maybe, you know, more firepower would fix the hit detection. To an extent, it does. It doesn't fix the mortar, but it fixes the turrets. Now we're getting 2 less turrets. The main turret didn't get any buffs. And the hit detection is the same. All it does is it mines now. That's what it does. God damn it. There's got to be a dev up there over at Trove HQ that literally hates Pirate Captain or something. There's got to be something. You don't get a change like this unless it's someone absolutely despises the class with like pure hatred or something. Going back to Trove every now and then and really waiting for Marketplace to come back. It's back on the PTS. That was actually the first thing I checked was I was like, oh, is the market back on the PTS? And it's like, yep. We're what, week 16, 17? Chano got the number not last week, but the week before, because last week my town got hit by a tornado and I was not able to stream. So that was fun. Thankfully, it didn't do any damage other than some power poles and technically one of the network lines out of the town. That's why I had no internet and I was not able to stream last week. You know, casual, I live in the middle of nowhere. That's what happens. Also, for anyone that is just tuning in, these are Ifera carries. If you wish to join, these are open. If you are on the PTS, I'd love to hear you guys' feedback on your classes. Obviously, you guys just saw Pirate Captain, and that is... unequivocally, all I can say is they literally debased Pirate Captain in front of everyone. And it's like... holy crap, what have you done? So, I don't have much high hopes for this patch after seeing that. At all, actually. Nuking my costume and giving me a absolutely just pile of human excrement was not what I was expecting to see or play with at all. That was terrible. At least Knight has a dash with the rework that doesn't feel like crap. So, if you're a Knight enjoyer, congratulations. His dash no longer roots you in place when you use it, and you are able to jump at any point during it to cancel it and accelerate. So, Knight got a buff. Yes, it was the 22nd of December was when the marketplace went down. You're power leveling your mastery through the MP. Well, everyone does that. Imprints, like literally everyone. It's the only way to actually get your mastery, really. And yes, marketplace is still down for anyone wondering. But yes, I didn't test Ice Age. I was going to, but then I needed to make sure that I wasn't doing something stupid with Pirate Captain with the new changes. I wasn't. I even tried to get a new class gem and see if there was any sort of changes along those lines. There isn't. They just killed it. Like, they literally just ripped away his turrets and gave him nothing. If anything, they actually gave him less than nothing. So, because you can actually screw yourself. cannot believe that they gave Pirate Captain, the guy who needs positioning above every other class in this game, the ability to screw his own turrets out of the ability to shoot the enemy. That is stupid. Approximately 124 days, 4 months, 3 days since then. 17 weeks, yep. I was pretty certain we were at 17. And also, Bear, welcome back. Bear, did you need an invite? Or are you on the PTS testing out your classes? And yeah, I tried out Pirate Captain. It was it's a wreck. it's really bad. Like, holy shit, it's bad. PTS kick, no way. Yeah. I don't know how Ice Age is faring. I don't know how Dracolite is faring. The MP is not actually down on all consoles. It's only down on some. Just as a notice. And yes, Bear's here. But yeah, it's just like, I almost want to make just a clip of playing Pirate Captain on Reg server, just putting the PTS one next to it. And being like, this doesn't do any damage. I wonder why. Maybe because they're fucking idiots. What have you done to my boy? Oh, God. Yeah, I can only hope that Ice Age and some of the other characters affected that got reworks are actually better and not just completely ruined. Oh yeah, absolutely. By all means. If you're doing the contests, you're free to do so. Like, again, these are all open carries. I do these for, like, what? It's 1 a.m. We'll go probably for, like, 6 or 7 hours or until I'm just fed up with this. God, man, the Pirate Captain changes just fucking hurt. It's just like, dude. Like, oh, cool, we got some ring effects. Oh, they're not actually that bad. Okay, cool. That's not terrible. They didn't take anything away. Jumps on Pirate Captain. They took it away. that's... Yeah. No, you're free to use whatever you want while we're doing these. We will be going from 140 onward. Just as a note, Bear. Didn't do what I suggested. What'd you suggest, by the way? Want them boats on basically connected beside your character? Yeah, no, just turn them into little airboats. Like little like airships. We already have airships in the game. Like, that's the stupid part. Go to Desert Frontier. We've had airship dungeons, like modeled by the players, since the launch of the freaking desert biome, like back in 2011. Like, it doesn't make sense that they just didn't do that as like a class gem. It's like they just gave us 2 turrets. Like, that was the thing. They buffed his class gem early last year. When Neon Ninja got forward roll, we now have 3 turrets. They are now getting rid of those 2 extra turrets and turning the actual turret into a hand grenade that doesn't do damage. That's a new PC class gem? It's not new. They're taking artillery and just turning it into a different one and then fucking it. They went from artillery to R-matey. So, this is artillery. First 2 matey cannons double your firepower. It gives you more damage. So you get to have 3 of these. On the PTS, this goes away. This gem gets converted into R-matey, and you get a turret that doesn't do damage when you throw it. It says it does an explosion. It does a terrain damaging explosion. It mines only. It does no damage to anything. And it also makes the mortar twice as big of a mining explosion as Boomeranger. But it does no damage. At all. So what happens is, from when we were just doing it in the delves and just running around using it, I would blow a hole in the wall and the enemies would actually be able to dodge the mortar shells because it dug out the terrain and there could be floating blocks that got dug out, and now the mortar's hitting those things instead of the enemies. And because there's no wall there to splash the shells off, even when it misses, it does 0 damage. It is antithetical to the entire class's design. They literally took it out back and shot it in the head. Not even the legs. Just literally took Pirate Captain out and just killed him. Like, you don't even want to use the class gem because it screws you. Like, it legitimately has the ability to screw your targeting over even worse than it already was, and you lose 2 turrets that used to give you damage. You don't even get damage. It does 0 damage when it hits an enemy. Only when the turret activates after a second of being deployed does it do damage. They fucked him. Like, I was like, bro, why? Why? What have you done to him? Like, I thought we were actually going to get something interesting, and it's just like, no, we're literally burning him to the ground. Somebody must really hate Pirate Captain. Like, there's no other way to describe it. And it's the fact that they're not even giving you 2 of the actual abilities. They're just taking your class gem away from you and turning it into a different one. Yeah, one, it's yours. Like, they didn't even pull a Faye. Because remember, Faye has 2 class gems. They're just taking away what we already have and just wrecking it. And it's like, where can I give feedback? Please. Devs. You need to not put that update out. Like, for the love of God. It was terrible. It has an interesting movement mechanic with what I was testing. Like, it was not actually, like, it was kind of interesting, and I could see it being very useful for overworld farming. The only issue, obviously, is that you will need to have 2 rings. I'm not going to joke on this. You need to have the new generic Shadowhunter wool on a ring, and you need to have the phase turret staff on a ring. It actually might be. The only thing that makes me a little bit weirded out was the fact that I ended up making a couple rings for Pirate Captain, and I got the generic one, you know, where you roll and you get the speed boost from Shadowhunter, and now everybody can have it. They stack, but they don't stack on Shadowhunter. It's weird. If you use the ring effect and then switch characters, the speed buff stacks on Shadowhunter. If you put the ring on Shadowhunter, it doesn't proc. But if you use the speed buff on, say, Pirate Captain, and then you do it on Shadowhunter, with my old snapshot from 2 years ago, I was getting 252 movement speed without Pyrodisc or anything else. So, like, my average base is around 224 with my current equipment. If I had that, plus this, plus the other boost, I could probably hit 600 inside the dells pretty easily without needing to double flask glitch using Deathify. So, that's a thing. But the main reason I was saying is that for speed farming purposes, you would want to have a ring on the Fae that is the generic roll one to get the extra, like, I think it's like a 30% multi. I couldn't tell if it's the same as Shadowhunters, but I think it's pretty close. It might be slightly weaker than Shadowhunter. But again, it stacks, so... Like, there's a bit of an there, because technically speaking, you could also run it on Lunar Lancer for the memes, which would also be very stupid. It's like, oh, cool, Lunar Lancer is now, like, you know, 30% faster than he was before. And Neon Ninja and Fae. Only Shadowhunter doesn't get to do it unless you do a character swapping. So technically speaking, Bard switching with the buff could be very, very broken. Like, exceedingly broken. Like, 1,000 movement speed broken. But I don't know. I don't feel like staying on the PTS after that to test that, but I mean, I might. We could probably do it at the end of the stream, just to see. I got... Oh, God. I mean, hey, if I can get Shadow Hunter up to 1,100 movement speed on the PTS using Bard Switch, that would be very funny. Yeah. But the only, as I said, the only thing that's kind of interesting about Fae was the slow fall is stacked with Progenitor, and you can do 2 volatile bounder jumps in 1 slow fall glide. And then you jump, which then resets the slow fall glide, and then you can do 2 again. And you can also teleport in between. Also, your energy regen is actually usable in the air after 1.5 seconds. So, technically speaking, it's kind of fixed, but not completely. It's a weird one. I could, as I said, I could see Fae players, those who enjoy Fae, like, and are, you know, ultra endgame, can probably do some very stupid speed farming. Probably. The only issue, obviously, is you're probably going to want to have the ring that gives you, as I said, a ring that gives you the extra speed boost. To be honest, I really hate to say this, but I think every class is going to need a class ring with the generic speed boost on it. And then a regular class ring for whatever the newer ones are, if it's good, or if it's the ones that are balanced around it. Yes, because it carries, the slow fall carries your speed boost through. You don't get stopped when you teleport anymore. Also, Knight's roll, his forward roll, no longer slows you down when you roll. You can also jump cancel. So Knight can actually zoom now without needing to use his ability. So they did fix that. Like, I was testing it, it is working. Yeah, he got a stance and overall just baseline ability, like, overall, to an extent. His damage, I think, is the exact same. I was seeing no difference in damage numbers from what little I was testing with him. So, it's just, he is more mobile than he has ever been, and his, like, face roll, like, this stupid thing. Like, notice how I can't get up? On the PTS, when I do this, I'm already, like, here. If I do this here, so I only really went from there to about there. If I did it on the PTS, I would be here to here. Also, I can jump cancel. Whereas, right now, I'm betting you can hear this, you can't jump cancel. But on the PTS, you can, and it carries your momentum through. So he plays like Shadow Hunter. I was like, that's huge. Oh no. Yeah, they finally fixed him, but I mean, all it took was sacrificing my guy Pirate Captain. They fucking murdered my boy. Why? It was all for Knight, but why? PTS didn't work. Oh no, did the account not transfer at all, or what happened? Take my place, bro. Bear's already here. It's also a crystal floor, so back come at it, guys. But no, in all seriousness, it didn't transfer at all. Oh god, it must be broken again. No, it's probably broken again. Let me think. Yeah, if the PTS transfer didn't happen for export, it's normally the server that's exploded again. I would say wait. God. Maybe try transferring like right around reset. if you're gonna be on. Like, unironically, that's normally whenever the server's shitting itself on the PTS side for exporting, you normally want to be doing, well, you want to try the attempt to export to the PTS right after reset. Yeah. Yeah. Some of you may die, Pirate Captain, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. It's not a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Absolutely not, Shadow. Something the devs wanted to do for some godforsaken reason, sure. That's not what any of us who actually play the class want. Like, my god, they butchered it. Like, if they keep artillery and they just make the new one its own class gem instead of just butchering the rest of them, that's also bad. Because that means that any new player is not going to be able to get artillery unless they double up and actually put them in the loophole. Because they actually took away the Flay's class gem, the old one, and you cannot get it anymore last I checked. Even though it's still quite good. Pirate era is over, the devs are... Bruh. Bruh. If they were, the marketplace would have been working long ago. No, I know, seriousness. Pirate never had an era. Dracolite had an era. Pirate Captain was just like the second cousin. Pirate never had an era. I always wanted him to have an era, but he never got one. And now it's like, dude, what the fuck? Like... Yes, if anyone ends up, like, if the devs ever ask for feedback, you can take my YouTube stream or this Twitch VOD, and I don't care about the swearing. I mean, obviously they can't use that for anything, you know. They wouldn't be able to put that on their official channels. I don't care about that. They need this feedback because, my god, they absolutely wrecked him. Like, I think anyone in their office would be able to see that the second they watched the almost 2 hours that I just put into the PTS with Pirate. Like, anyone there would be able to see how much it's absolutely just not... It is not in a good state. Like, they need to rethink this immediately. I have never seen them wreck a class this badly except for Boomeranger. And that was a numbers thing. This is an actual mechanic. Like, they're taking away our class gems, turning them into a actual piece of garbage, and then handing it back to us and saying, oh, this is an improvement, with no damage. No mechanics, no utility. All it does is dig a hole. That's all it does. It's like, what happened? What? Oh my god. Like, if they just made it so, you know, like, if they cut his mortar damage by, like, 1,200%, like they did with Neon Ninja's quick damage, that would, suck, but it'd be like, okay, whatever, maybe we'll just wait until they fix it later when they realize how bad of a mistake this is. This is completely changing the entire code of a class gem from start to finish, and they're probably not going to have a backup. Like, so even if this goes poorly, we're never going to get it fixed if this goes live. Like, that's the true pain here, is it's not going to get fixed. If they don't course correct or put out, like, some survey asking for our opinions on this, Pirate Captain's literally doomed. And I know I don't have the following required to even get this kind of feedback to the devs or show them the problem. Yeah, exactly. Where do we give feedback? They sometimes do surveys. They did a survey with the pet one. And then it's also why the pet, the actual pet update, so, you know, the Tiny Allies update, was delayed, was because the feedback on it was bad. It wasn't good. That's why it was delayed. So they do have a way of giving feedback. I just have no idea where they have that feedback to give. Is it good now? It was improved. The tiny actual stuff was improved. There is a problem, obviously. If you load into the PTS, you will find out that the Tiny Ally update, the items are gone, but the terminal still shows up from time to time when doing dungeons. So even though it's been removed from the PTS, there's still remnants of it that sometimes pop up while you're doing stuff on the PTS. So that's another problem. We were doing some dungeons in the Everdark. Just as I said, I was popping some of the to see if the costume was split or something, or I was doing something wrong, which is why Pirate Captain was feeling like dog shit. No, I wasn't. Used a bunch of actual class gym keys, and there is no other class gym. It's just they ruined it. But the main thing was when we were clearing some of the tiny pets quests for evolving your pet was for the allies was actually showing up. And that terminal should not be showing up, but it was. So there's that. I will say this: if they put the patch out right now, not only would Pirate Captain be broken, but I'm betting it would probably crash the server when someone accesses that terminal. Because there's some items that are supposed to be used for it, and they were not listed. Like, they were like null error points. From what I've experienced the last time I did the other PTS, I was like, oh yeah, the currency isn't here. Oh, well, that's not good. Uh-oh. But again, that's just a PTS thing. I kind of expect that. Because, again, that patch was delayed indefinitely for the time being. No one knows when they'll actually put it out. They're trying to do these weird reworks, some of which are good. Obviously, Knight's looking pretty good. I have no idea on Ice Age. I have no idea on Dracolite. Shadowhunter had nothing. So, that's fine. The other thing was that to get the Mystic rings, the actual Mystic loot for ring crafting, you can get it by hitting a prime level at depth 140 and above in Delves when you level up. Or you can do it in any D15 Longshade map. As long as your character hits a prime level, when you're in a D15 map, you get the actual loot. But the good news is that you can do it inside the Delves at depth 140. So when we're taking people for runs, we can just get them the materials to do their Mystic Rings pretty much every Friday without any real failure there. I know it's a stupid mechanic, but hey, at least it's cheesable to an extent. Trust me, I know. It's very stupid. The Pirate Captain update, though, definitely takes the cake for stupid. I cannot believe what the hell they're doing with that. I can't. Even now, I'm still sitting here just what the hell was that? If I load into the PTS, will it be different? Like, are they going to fix it? No, they're not going to fix it. It's the way they're going to fix it. We're screwed. We're so screwed. Suggestion. I'm all ears. Doing all this stuff now. Why not just get the bloody marketplace back on check first? That's exactly the thing I'm wondering too. But on the other hand, the marketplace works on the PTS. It's literally back on the PTS. No explanation. No listing that it's back up over on the PTS. Just it's all on the PTS. You can list anything you want. I don't either. I just don't know why it's turned on for the PTS. That's the part that's really confusing. It's like the fact that there's been no changes on it on the PTS and they turned it back on. That's the part that's really weird. Because for the pet update, it wasn't on. At least when I tested it, it was not there. It said this exact message. So I don't know why it's now back on the PTS. That's the part where I'm like, huh? Why? Weird. I think it's the PTS, so they just turned it on because I'm not going to read more into it. That's my assumption. C3 spear. I am very tempted to just make a short of the Pirate Captain right now on live versus the PTS one. Just move my gear from one to the other. There's only some slight differences. Because again, it's the old snapshot. But I could probably match the magic damage numbers. Yeah, I'm pretty certain I could probably match the magic damage numbers and then just make a quick little snippet of it and be like, does this look correct to you guys? And just leave that as the entire thing. There's no way that would get any traction at all, but it's just fix it. Like, do not go through with this change on Pirate Captain, please. I mean, the easiest way to fix this that I can think of yeah. If you take artillery, you make it so that way it's the class gem doesn't lose the 2 extra turrets. And the explosion does not affect your Man of War. That would fix it. It would not really give Pirate Captain really anything, but it would make it so way Man of War couldn't dig itself into a hole when you're using it that actually screws you over. It digs. The class gem does no damage on the explosion, but it digs. So you're able to technically bury your mortar into a wall. And it, by the way, again, the explosion does no damage to enemies. It's only to dig. And you lose your 2 extra small turrets, including the damage bonus. So you're even more fucked. And the explosions on the small turrets also don't do damage. They only dig. They work like hand grenades. So it's one of those, like, the only thing I can think of is putting the double turret back in and removing the big digging explosion. So that way your turrets don't inadvertently end up in a wall surrounded by blocks that they can't shoot through. Because that's a problem. It was a very stupid problem, but it's a problem nonetheless. I just can't believe we're at this point where it's like, how did the devs come to the conclusion that removing damage from Pirate Captain, removing his turrets, and then giving him only explosions that mine was a good idea? I don't understand the thought process. I don't know how you come to that conclusion that that's a good idea. Like, his entire problem is hit detection. Making it so he digs into a wall by accident by simply throwing a turret. making it even worse to do hit detection. It's like, what? Why? If they had made the turrets like hit scan and just ignore terrain, that would have been a different story. Then it's like, okay, well that's kind of cool. I guess you're just Helldiver, like, you know, you're turning them into Helldiver 2 mortars when you have a shovel. It's like, okay, I could kind of see that working, but the game doesn't have that kind of coding. It doesn't have like the capability to make line of sight actually work. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Like, how did they come to this conclusion? That's the part that I just do not... I can't put 2 and 2 together and figure out how they came to this conclusion to make this. That's the problem. It's just so anti-Pirate Captain, it's not even funny. It's so weird too. Like that's the thing, is like, how did it get to this point? How? And why Pirate Captain? Why him of all things? I don't get it. Like, we just buffed him. Why are we just obliterating him? Like, why? I don't understand. I don't get it. I would almost say this is on the same level as Dragon titles. But that one's like kind of makes sense because as we know, one of the developers' kids wanted titles in the game, and we never actually had titles in the game, even if they don't really work. Like, sure, that's a nice little cosmetic thing. It doesn't actually impact gameplay, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't really serve that much of a purpose other than just finally having them. Pirate Captain's a... Why are we destroying this class? Like, there's no monetary gain to do this? What's the point? I don't get it. Like, as I said, I think the only assumption I can have is that somebody in the dev team fucking hates Pirate Captain. Like, with a passion, for some reason. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, that's all I've got. And what do you guys think? That's my only explanation. It's the Marines! Going after Luffy all over the place. Maybe it is. Maybe someone just hates pirates that much. They're like siding with the Marines. I don't know. I truly don't know. It definitely feels weird playing at these lower depths already. It doesn't matter. We have plenty of damage. It's just weird. Gonna have to readjust seeing really, really big, like billions of HP on these bosses. Normally hitting that like 34 million, the 34 billion mark is, I remember where we'd cut off, and it's like, we're probably gonna see 50s now. Yeah, I'll make a pinned message in Discord, specifically stating that we'll be setting over to 140 depths from now on, though. Just that way people know. I'll also explain why. I could probably actually just make a quick recording. Just cut the music and then do a quick little recording of it. And slap that in Discord. Keep the music on. Well, the problem is that I will need to get video footage. Like, as I said, I'll get a recording of using the EXP cookie to hit a prime level at like depth 138 and 139, and then I'll do one at 140 to show the Mystic drop. So it'll have to be two segmented pieces of footage. I'll just put them side by side. That's why I'll have to cut the music when I do that. Mind you, the music is on a separate track, so technically speaking, if I just record without it, it should be fine, but without that track being enabled. It's why YouTube doesn't get music. Because I don't want to go through the process of re-asking every single person's music, like the actual designers and artists that are on my playlist, to get permission to stream on YouTube for the music. Because I already got written permission for Twitch. And then that would mean going back and contacting people that I haven't contacted in like 9 years. So it's like, it's a lot of people. As well as a couple record labels. Mind you, they're all indie underground stuff, but it's whatever. I'd rather not have to go through that process again and just say, YouTube just doesn't get music. No offense to the people on YouTube. It's just, that is a major pain in the ass, and even then, sometimes the music can be misattributed to the wrong accounts. So even if the person who made it is on YouTube and they don't have, like, they have their stuff properly attributed, doesn't mean YouTube actually has it properly attributed. Like, DistroKid's pretty good about it, but I have seen some pretty harebrained instances on YouTube streams because of that stuff. Like what happened with Mumbo Jumbo, actually, was a situation like that, where the original artist owned the rights to their song, but not to the portion of a melody within that song, which then caused all kinds of craziness. Which, not great. Not gonna lie. Not great. Yeah, Mumbo the Redstone guy, yeah. That one. Yeah, way back in the day, he paid an independent artist to do a theme song. And the theme song, for the most part, was their own. There was just a small bit of a melody that wasn't, and they didn't know at the time. So it kind of exploded. There's a long video on it, and it would be easier to watch that than have me try to explain the whole damn thing. That was a giant rabbit hole of copyright hell. Oh, and Ifera's leaving. Depth 160. Yeah, I'd rather not have to deal with that, even if we end up ever somehow becoming a bigger channel. So I will just not deal with that. Simple as that. I just won't. Because I'll stick to the ones that I have permission for. I think the worst part though is there are a couple artists on my playlist where they have publicly stated and have it in written format that they are okay with their music being streamed, but I've never been able to get a hold of them. But they do at least have that. So it's one of those like, okay, if that agreement ever disappears, aka they remove it, then I'll have to remove their music from the playlist, which is also fair. I should say playlists, plural. As far as I know, DJ Hixie still allows her stuff to be used for streaming purposes. Though I don't know, like, Hixie is getting old. Hixie's definitely getting old, so I'm like, I don't know if her estate will allow it later. That's a bigger question. Invites will be going out shortly. If anyone is new here, or you're needing to get your delves or Iferas done, these are open carries. You're free to join us whenever you wish. Also, I think Bear is down. Yep, Bear down. Unless that was all of the runs that you needed. Any chats for some reason. I pre-saved chat. See if you... Oh no, that's not good. Roger that. I hate crit downs so much. Like, just sitting here waiting for my pizza return. Thank you. Thank you, game. And we can hold off, actually, if you need it. Like, if your thing is freaking out that badly, I can hold it for a bit. I think only Shano and I are left right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Definitely already did all mine that I actually need. These are just extra runs. Go ahead. Okay. It won't be long, I hope. Roger that. I still can't believe we're finally below 200 portals. It took 2 years, by the way. That's the best part about the PTS. My snapshot is from, like, I believe it's 2014, or sorry, it's 2024 July is the snapshot. And it's like, I had 400 portals. It's like 424 when I logged into the PTS, and I'm just like, man, it took so long to get through all of these. You've got another 300 portals if you want. Bro, we don't have trading right now. I think we can leave it at that. To be honest, if we actually get through all of my portals by the time that trading comes back, like if it happens before it, I'll probably take the Fridays off. Like, no offense, guys, I probably will. So you guys could literally throw me back into freaking portal prison when the marketplace comes back after that. But before that, I think I'll just take a rest. I'll count it as a great success and call it a day. Obviously, you guys are still going to get work from Wednesdays, but yeah, if I can get through those like 800 something portals that I had given to me to run you guys for all these years, like it's probably overdue that. I hate it. Oh, I hate this. Right here. So I did 500 public portals back in the day. We are at 12,100 122 private delve clears. And about, I believe, 1,800 of those was the old delves. Before it counted per floor. That was the entire run was one floor count on the badge, which was really stupid. I still don't know why that. You're at 9K? 9.8K? I am ahead of you. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely going to... If we get to the point where we clear that many normal delve carries every Friday, I am... If the marketplace doesn't come back before I finish, I am taking a break until it does. Do not care. If I am ahead of you, Bear, no. No. Absolutely not. That shouldn't even be possible. So get some help. Stop it. Get some help. Oh my god. I am officially, truly, the delve guy. I've been stuck in this hole for like 6 years. Help. The Trove community doesn't stop trying to get me to help other people. Rightfully so, mind you. Rightfully so. But still, I can't believe I surpassed you. Holy shit. Now I'm back to exporting my account one more time. Good luck. Good luck. Hopefully it goes through. Like 20. Yes, that's what I mean. How? How did this happen? Oh my god. I never thought I would ever surpass you at any point on anything there. Remember, I only play on Fridays. I didn't think it was possible. Oh god. I am on live. I am on live. We are doing the delve carries at the moment. The PTS was depressing. The pirate death changes are not good. You get an invite, roger that. Bot specifically. Oh, cannot find lowercase g. No. Get it? Yes, it did. Right. Yeah, no, that's pretty impressive. I know. That's why I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. I never thought the day would come that I would actually surpass you at delves or even one thing. That's why I'm like, holy shit. God. How could this happen? Oh god. What have I done? My Fridays are too strong. You know what? No, you're right. You were 100% right. Oh my god. Oh crap. I just didn't know. That's actually, I think, the craziest part is, like, I had no idea. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Holy crap. Ah, he's leaving. Yeah. God damn it. I'll reset. I can't believe it. Oh. I mean, I believe it, but I still feel like I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. Don't bear it now. I'm going fast, so I already hate you. Dang it. I'll send you out with an invite. I'm gonna wait 9 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, set. I got you, I got you. I'm normally going so fast that I've literally got it down by muscle memory. So you can normally get loaded in immediately without needing to even wait on the load screen. That probably also helps as to why I have so many delves, is that it's become second nature muscle memory. You didn't get an invite. Sing another one. It said it went through. Did you get it now? Do I need to send it yet again? I will spam the server until it works. That's Trove in a nutshell. Yeah. No. 100%. This classic Trove. I do see you in Dolph, so I think you're clear. Also, if anyone else wishes to join, these are on the live server. We are not on the PTS right now. If you need to get your Iferas done, you want to try for a Gamba at a C5 piece of gear, get some free experience, or get delve materials, you're free to join. These are open carries. I take literally anybody and everybody that shows up. All I need is your IGN and cap, and you're good to go. Or you could just whisper me, Mr. Clunkers, on, well, in-game or on any platform, and I'll get you an invite. If not, feel free to lurk or ask questions. Any of the above. Just know that Fire Captain PTS is fucked. Yeah, I'll probably just edit something together at the end of the stream. I'll just grab the recording of the live server while hitting some targets. I'll match magic damage on the Pirate Captain right now, and then we'll jump into the PTS and do the same. Want to do the PTS so bad? I mean, that is totally fair. Okay, for not letting me in. Yeah. Obviously, I don't have the materials or the time really to test Jackalite or Ice Age because, again, I have not exported my current account. I think I'm just going to leave the 2-year-old one there and just work off of that one. Unless I, you know, and then that, like, over the next 2 weeks, push through and grab Mystic Weapons for my magic classes, then I would need to do an export. Game won't let the low player feel high PR for once. Bro, you can't even buy the class gym keys on PTS. It's disabled for some reason. You can't actually buy most of the things in the shop to test out for some reason. It's just not working. So that doesn't help either. That's why I said I don't have the materials on the other, like on my previous save of my account from 2 years ago, even though I have 100,000 credits on the PTS, because that's what they give us to test with, and qubits, can't use them. It's like the game just says we can't do anything with it. Yeah, I know. Glad we got such a great testing ground. Yeah. Hey, the only thing that they did give us on the PTS, they handed everyone 1,000 EXP coins that give like 4.8 million EXP. So you use 2 of them and you get a level. That's how I was able to test where the mystic actual materials were coming from in the delves, was because they gave us those cookies that allowed me to just load into whatever floor I wanted to, and then pop a level until I hit prime. If it didn't give me the thing, go deeper. And then just rinse and repeat until we got to depth 140, and then they were showing up every single time I was getting a prime level. So I mean, for that purpose, yes, it's working. Everything else isn't working, so I can't really test any of the other characters. Because I don't have the other characters built on a 2-year-old build of my account. And also the exporting feature, I'm assuming, is probably broken again, so I'm just not going to export, and we'll just work with what we've got. If the shop was working, I would be able to do a lot more testing, though, because then I could just pick up some base materials and from the shop using the materials that they handed us for testing, and then I'd be able to try the other classes. Obviously, we don't have that, so yeah, that's a problem. It's a weird problem to have, but it is a problem nonetheless. Like, there's a reason I want to know if anyone's playing Ice Age and they're on the PTS, because I really want to know how bad or good the changes to Ice Age's ring effect is. As well as I want to know how Faye is handling on the PTS. Because doing my base testing that I did, it actually seemed to be working okay-ish, and it actually has some really weird interactions that probably could be really, really strong, but I have no idea because I can only gauge off of the gear that I was able to hand it, and that was it. If somebody has a fully capped out Fae and they go on the PTS, they're going to be able to give a hell of a lot better like insight into the speed of the class with the changes than I ever could. Obviously, the reason that I can do it for Pirate Captain and Dino Tamer is that I have their gear and I have their equipment. I also have almost all their materials ready to go. That's why I was able to almost immediately get them set up with the new stuff, and then found out that, yeah, no, Pirate Captain is absolutely boned. And it's night and day. Like, it's bad. I'm like, oh god. And Dino Tamer, there was almost no changes, so you don't use the rings on him anyway because he doesn't need it. So we're probably just going to go with the speed ring, which I think any class that is not Shadowhunter is probably going to use a speed ring if they don't use a ring, because the speed boost is just the Shadowhunter's role, and it can be applied to everyone, including Shadowhunter, but it cannot be activated by Shadowhunter, which is really weird. Like, I think that's this like extremely strange part is the buff lasts long enough to activate on another character, swap characters, and then run and just keep running. But if you're on any class that doesn't require a ring for balancing purposes to make you actually good, congratulations, you're just going to get Shadowhunter's ability, and now you're going to be even better. Hell, I think Neon Ninja is going to be absolutely cracked with that ring, which will be very funny. Obviously, the other issue that I need to test tonight is I need to see the attack speed, see if they fixed Neon Ninja on the PTS or not. For those that don't know, if you increase Neon Ninja's attack speed, you actually break his ability to hit targets. Because the swing is actually attack speed limited while not being attack speed limited. So you can overcap, and then when you're swinging, you actually will just miss. Like, the actual hitbox just doesn't line up anymore. So that's a problem. If I remember correctly, it's what, 185 is where you want to normally have Neon Ninja for maximum DPS while still being able to hit everything. I think it was. If any like actual Neon Ninjas are here, they would probably know the amount that's exact that they need. It's pretty much the same amount that I have on Shadowhunter, but a little bit less by default. You're at 300%? Oh no. Bear, reduce it. You'll actually hit more stuff. You'll do more damage. It's a bug since they did some tweaks to him. I don't believe that they have fixed his hit detection on the PTS yet, but I'm not completely certain. There was talk of them doing it because Rev got a fix to make it so the spear would actually hit like to the sides a bit more. So Revenant can hit, I think it's 5 blocks, but he was having some issues with the cone of the actual attacks, so they just made it wider. But I do not believe that they touched Neon Ninja yet. But you don't want to be going over 200%, if I remember correctly, because the hitbox like goes ahead of where you're swinging. And if I jump over to my Neon Ninja and I swing in front of me, the laser beam, if you have the attack speed over 300%, you have to be this close to the enemy because the hitbox goes into your body. Whereas if you're below, like obviously my guy's way over at the moment. So if I remove this. Yeah, I literally actually gain more attack rate, more attack distance, the less attack speed I have. Which is really stupid. It's really dumb, and it's really broken, and it shouldn't be the way that it is. But it came in with the last Neon Ninja changes. When they gave him the front flip, it actually ended up making his attack speed push the hitbox into your chest of your character. So you lose attack distance. Which also means that you lose the width of the attack too, because the hitbox gets pulled into you. Which sucks. So if you've ever had an instance where you're like not hitting everything and it feels really weird, that's why. It's because you're attacking too fast and the game engine cannot calculate it. So it just kind of freaks out. But it's become an issue that needs to be fixed, and like I think only Candy Bar is getting some tweaks, and as I said, Rev. I know Rev is definitely getting a fix. Because the few people that play Revenant have been very adamant about getting it fixed. And they've been yelling at them on Discord, I think, what, like 2 months now? But I don't know if the Neon Ninja fix is actually going to go out with this patch or if it's something later. Which again is funny, that it's like, you're actually speed limited, not damage limited. That's what's so dumb. It's like, bruh. If you have every dragon, you're gonna end up hitting, like, as I said, it's like around 200-ish attack speed. And if the amount that the server cannot handle is over that, you're extra screwed. Which should never be a thing. And that should not be a thing. They need to fix it. Thanks. Welcome back. That's a big number. What's up? What's a big number? As a light, did you need an invite? I don't know if you are on today or if you've gotten your delves done. Oh, PR? It could be higher if I actually put my torch on, but yes. There's also a lot of people higher than me by a long shot. I mean, again, the thing we were talking about earlier, that's the scary thing, is not the PR number that I have. It's this. That's the scary thing. I can't even deny it. That's terrifying. But no, welcome back, man. You just got 30k in your Dino Tamer? Dude, nice. Like, seriously, nice. Also, definitely stick with Dino Tamer. Much love for Dino Tamer mains, as I am one, but I was actually really hoping that Pirate Captain would have been good. Oh boy, did they absolutely wreck him on the PTS. So, so much for switching over to Pirate Captain, or even using him as a switch character, going between Dino Tamer and him. Yeah, if that goes live, that's not happening ever again. So the only thing that they did that's technically a buff is they gave the roll as a generic ring effect to everyone. Dino Tamer didn't use the ring effects because they were just side grades. So now Dino Tamer will have a speed roll without needing to get off the dino. So you'll just do the little bunny hop and you'll get this extra speed boost for about 10 seconds. And you can just do that over and over and over. So technically, yes, he got a buff. When we finish up this delve, I'll probably jump back into the PTS for just a little bit, and then I can show you. There's that generic ring is going to get really dumb. And it's going to be very nice. Also, on the other hand, make sure you save, I would say, base ring materials to make C1 rings. If you make 50 Crystal 1 rings, you're able to get 350 on ring crafting immediately, and then go straight into Mystic rings, and just skip the C5 rings, because the C5 rings are useless. I don't even know why they're, like, I understand that they added them, but, yeah, they're fucking pointless. It's like, we got C5 rings! Do they do anything? No. Should you make them for any reasons? No. Main reason being is C5 rings, the crystal ticket does not apply for Mystic. Yeah, as long as you've got at least 50 of your... Yeah, where is it? Should be middle. Yeah, you'll need Nitro, and you'll need 50 primals. So 50 of these of any class, and you'll be fine. This is only uses one per. So as long as you got that, you're good. But the new max level is 350. When you get 350, you get Mystic 1 rings. Mystic 1 rings take 1 soul, 25 cores, and the actual new material, and one of your primals. If you have 0, then you'll need to level. Also, D15, the actual Mystic primal loot, when you hit a prime level, can be gained from the delves at depth 140. So we will be doing depth 140 from now on, even before the update, just so I can get used to it while I'm actually... But if you want to get your primal loops and you're running on your main character, you guys are free to join because, well, it's one of the fastest EXPs in the game, and it'll be one of the fastest ways to get Mystic primal loops. You got like 100 in total and another 300 boxes. You're good then. Yeah, we don't need to worry about you at all. Well, remember, the loops don't work. You need the new loops. That's the problem. They added Mystic loops. There's Trovian loops, which is from depth 139 and below, and then there's Mystic loops at 140 and above, and D15s. No, but I can make old loops into boxes? That is true. A limited amount, but yes. But yeah, the old loops are literally only there to get you to 350 and then go straight into Mystic crafting. Like, just screw the rest of it, just straight Mystic ring crafting. There is no point to do Crystal 5 ones, because even the tickets are different. Like the craziest thing is the crystal rings have their own. The tickets are now designated as crystal ring tickets on the test server. And to make a crystal 5 ring is 50 duplicates of C4 rings. So why in the flying hell would I ever make one of those? When mystics exist, which are just better in every way and easier to obtain. Nope, those are immune. Yeah, I feel like it feels like Crystal 5 rings were supposed to come out last year, and then they just kind of booted it to the side to just release Mystic rings later anyway, and then did all of this tweaks, and then, you know, fucked over Pirate Captain. And God only knows what the other characters are. I can only like I can only vouch for Dino Tamer, Shadow Hunter, Chloromancer, and Pirate Captain on the PTS, because that's all the materials I have on my exported 2-year-old account. As I was saying, if anyone has played the PTS and you're playing an Ice Sage, Lunar Lancer, Revenant, Candy Barb, I'd say Boomer Ranger, Vanguardian, Bard probably. Obviously Fae. If anyone's at high-end Fae, please give feedback. I want to know what's going on with that. Like there's some goodness in that, but then there's other bits where I'm like, I feel like this is a nerf when you're doing delves and you have to go down, but it's a buff when you have to go up. Like, it's one of those weird things where I'm like, I think it's a net negative, but I don't know. Because it could be a net positive, but only slightly. Oh, bear down. I'm going to check out the PTS. Please tell me. I know that you have a Fae, like, completely finished. I want to know. I want to know how it feels. And the tech that I discovered was utilizing... You could either use the Progenitor Cosmos, or you could use Volatile Bounder. Your Fae is bad? I know your Fae is not, like, amazing, but it's still infinitely better than most people's. Like my brother in Christ, Barry, you're literally almost capped on him. Like, come on. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. But no, in all seriousness, I was going to say the Volatile Bounder can do 2 blast jumps before you need to do a base jump to reset the aerial slow fall between teleporters. I know you're not a PR maxer. I'm talking about, like, you have all the energy recharge dragons, right? What do you want me to say? That's fair. I was going to say you have all the energy recharge dragons, correct? Like, that's the main thing with Fae that I couldn't tell was fully done. Okay. So the one thing I was noticing with Fae was that you could do 1 jump, go into the air glide, and then your energy recharge would start mid-air. Yeah, Fae has high jump. It stacks with the Progenitor. You can also use the Volatile Bounder, as I was saying, and you can get 2 jumps out of it, and then go into a base jump so you can keep your air glide. It keeps the momentum. Yeah, I know. That's why I was saying. I was like, I think that's like the play, but I don't know if Volatile is better. Because Volatile allows you to do some very stupid teleporting. Like, I am very close to having all the dragons done. As you know, I've been free to playing all the dragons since the beginning. And I almost have them all, but I think I'm missing 1 energy recharge. So I couldn't get a full, like, feeling for the class. Even with the dragon mechanic. Like, there is some weird, like, tricky jumps that you can do now that I'm like, this is pretty strong. Yeah, the cooldown on it was still derpy. That was something I noticed. I was like, you can get, what, 6, I think, before you get the aim glide, like, where it just drops you out of the sky, and you have to jump again. It was funky. Very funky. Not bad. I would almost say clunky, but, like, I can't really, you know, by namesake. It's like I could see certain situations where Faye is stronger with the change. But there's also situations where I'm like, if I was doing Delves as Faye and I was maining Faye the whole way through, and I got stuck in a double helix downward spiral map, I would hate it. Yeah, no, I won't be using this, but I can see new players enjoying it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Try Pirate Captain and look at the class gem, seeing you're on the PTS. The explosion was doing no damage. Like, it literally was not registering damage. But it destroys terrain. So you can inadvertently dig your mortars and turret into terrain that they can't shoot out of. While doing no damage as well. Like... I will be honest, after playing that, it's like, I don't get depressed, but man, that was depressing. Like, holy shit. What have you done to my class? Also, do not throw your turret in a club world. Just giant warning asterisks. Do not throw your turret in the club world. It destroys dungeon walls. Do not throw that in a club world. What do you mean? Fire Ghost is amazing. Read the class gem and notice how you no longer get 3 turrets. And you lose the damage bonus. 2 first bait cannons, double your firepower. Only 1 such gem may be socketed at a time. When these guys actually shoot things, you get an Empower, which gives you even more magic damage. I get semi-destroyable thingies now. It's amazing. You get 1 and a big bomb. You go from this, which actually has slightly longer duration. I think it's a second. I do believe that these guys actually have a second over the PTS version of the turret. Yeah, Nidus is getting touched, which is kind of funny. Yeah, no, that's horrible. I know, right? Bro, I need them to fix it. I need to get feedback to the devs pronto. If anyone here has any way of telling the devs to please just pause, take a look at Pirate Captain, and play it for themselves, and play the current live one, please tell them to do so. Whatever you do, just do it in the nicest way you can, but please tell them, do not put out the update for Pirate Captain. It is really bad. Like, please, do not allow that to go live. Do not ruin the current class gem. Like, it will literally kill the class from the ground up. And it'll turn him into the most griefing character in the game. Because he can destroy club worlds. It's like, seriously, do not let them release him in his current state. For the love of God. It's the one thing I didn't really want to say either, but I'm like, you know what? Screw it. If I'm gonna plead to the devs, that's how I'm gonna have to do it. Just don't put him out in this state. Please. Please don't. I beg of thee. Did Knight get buffed? Yes. So try Knight's dash. Like, just dash on him and then try jumping while you're dashing. You'll notice you can now dash cancel by doing a dash and jumping at the same time, and you keep your momentum. Kind of like how Shadowhunter does this, where you can get really, really, really fast because you're technically keeping your momentum in the roll. So Knight can do that now too. Also, he has a stance mode, which one was, I believe it's movement speed, energy, and attack speed, and the other one is damage, defense and regen, I think it was. It's pretty much blood and sand from PoE. Kind of. Yes, it's one of the new ring effects. If I remember correctly. His class gem is slightly better because of his effects, but I still wouldn't use it. I only have one just that way, just in case the rework did make it good. It didn't. But I believe the stance thing is part of the ring effects. And Ice Age has a new movement thing that comes with the ring effects. And Dracolite, I believe, gets a explosion attack with one of the ring effects. But I don't know if it was the ring effect or if it was them fucking with the class gem. Which I really hope it wasn't them messing with the class gem. I didn't check that. I should have. I was just... I'll be honest. Once I touched Pirate Captain and was testing him for 2 hours, it was... it just killed me inside. Look at how they massacred my boy. Why? He didn't deserve this. But yeah, the Dracolite one, I was also interested in that one, but the reason I was interested in the Dracolite one, do we know if it is one explosion? Or is every single Nova in the projectile, like in the explosion, because it's a circular explosion that shoots out a bunch of projectiles, was each projectile independent damage? That was the thing I didn't know. Because they showed it off on the live stream, and they weren't standing like on top of something to see if it shotgunned it. They were just standing around like 3 target dummies and then firing off skills, and that was why I was a little bit worried on the Pirate Captain one, was because the Pirate Captain one did no damage. Like, there was no damage numbers or anything, and now that I've got my hands on it, oh my god, what have they done? But with Dracolite, I couldn't tell because they wouldn't stand on, like, during the live stream, they seemed to just not want to stand on one of the targets and do that. When do you get the D15 gem boxes and delves? That would be 125. But we're going to be doing 140s from now on. Reason being is the new Mystic Gem, the Mystic Loot for them, for the rings, is available at depth 140. 139, you get regular Trovian loops. Depth 140, you get the Mystic loops. To get Mystic rings, you need Mystic loops. Regular loops are not used. So it is now officially a dead resource when the patch comes out. That also confirms that depth 140 is now forced D15. Because those are only supposed to spawn at D15 depths. So that's probably where we're going to have to sit from now on. Hence why I'm doing all this runs now in 140. Which I will be leaving in the titles on my Friday streams, just so that way people know what's going on. Because again, when we finish up this run, I'm going to jump back into the PTS, and I'll just show you guys the issues. Well, not really issue, but the new way to do this. And the issues of Pirate Captain. And sadly, I do not have the resources on the snapshot of my account on the PTS to be able to show off the other classes. I feel like exporting again, unless it's actually working. these guys in. I didn't even get a loot from that. That's funny, actually. You're guaranteed the loops on the PTS right now, but you're not guaranteed them when you're doing it on the live server. I was like, yeah, 727, there should be Prime coming on up. It's just, nope, no loop in the loop in the actual loot pool. That is derpy. Bear, find out anything else on any of the other characters that was not really discussed? Nope. Discovery. The night thingy? Yeah. From what I saw, it looked pretty good. I don't have the resources to test it myself, but it did look pretty good. Especially seeing, as I said, his mobility with his dash finally being fixed after all this time is huge. So, them giving him even more mobility, he's definitely going to feel like a unit that is absolutely built to just speed. It's a constant 50? Oh my god. That's even better than what I have. That's impressive. 40. Okay. I think mine is 36 right now. Obviously, Shadow Hunter compounds 4 buffs simultaneously, but my primary buff, I think, is 40. As I go from 190 to... It's like 140 to 196? No, that's killing something. Come on, burn out. Burn out. There you go. So 140 to 196 is my dash. And it is a ring effect, correct? Just want to make sure. Okay. That is impressive. Here's a bigger question. What does it give more damage? Or what is all the stats that it gives specifically? Because I'm pretty sure the generic ring, when inactive, movement speed and health regen. Okay. When active, damage, stability, and energy regen. Okay, here's a bigger question. Does the energy regen bypass airborne cooldown? I assume no. But I never know what does. I don't know what it does. Like if you hit the button and jump and then use your dash, does it regen even in the air? Because if it regens in the air, that's huge. Like if it's doing what Faye was doing. I assume no, but I never know. Otherwise, if it is, and then that's not intended, then they'd probably remove it immediately. Negative. Okay. Play PTS on my account, but this game is so lame, it won't let you in, yeah. That sucks. You have to do a mocap for one of the gameplay scenes. What's up? Oh, yeah, with the Warframe stuff, yes. Yes, yes, they did. Well done, WPTS. That is fair. So yeah, that is actually a very strong ring effect. I still have to say, I'm still against ring effects in principle. But at least the devs have shown that they want to try to fix it so they're not completely, like, dog shit. The problem is obviously, the fact that Faye and Pirate Captain are still balanced around the ring effect, and Pirate Captain, if this change goes through, is even worse and has to be even more focused on the ring effect, is not the best. Oh, well, now I'm done with PTS. Gotcha. Does anyone know if I can delete PTS and re-download it again? What does it say when you try to load it up? That's the bigger question. You exported your character. I know you did. When you go into the launcher and you hit PTS, what's it say? Well, he queued up the export. That one I know. It just loads me with an account with nothing. Okay. He was in here with you at least. Okay, that's funny. That is funny. Okay. Loads you into an account with nothing. That's not good. So when you're on your main account and you hit the export button, does it say anything or does it just say fail? And you hit it. And again, but the account ain't got nothing. Okay, so you are able to load into the PTS. But when you go on your main and you export, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't say anything about it being failed or anything. It just didn't do it. I don't know. I know that it was failing last PTS to update. It's why I haven't exported my account yet, because I don't trust it. Bear, did you do your export this time, or is this just your PTS account in general? Oh, also, I need to go to the bathroom. Shit. Hit the portal and I gotta go. Damn it. Okay. I think I'm just going to abandon this one. Chat, I need to go use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, and then I'll try to figure something out, Gamebot. Obviously, I'm pretty sure that if it's failing to upload correctly, it's probably shitting itself. Because that's what Trove does. But yes, 1 second. Hey, Giovanni. And Iambic. They bullied Inkwell into an Inkwell note. I mean, yeah, they did. Though it was definitely deserved. Like, for once. I normally don't, like, account for that, but, Inkwell has not really been upholding what he said he was going to do for our servers, so I can see why people were definitely getting very irked with him. Doesn't help that the anniversary has been exceedingly anemic for the 20-year anniversary. Like, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's not in a good state either. Uh, that's beside the point. Let's see. Gamebot. When I try to export it, it says account has been exported to PTS, and that's it. Okay. So you just did it. Did it export? Like, try logging in now. I think that's really stupid, but yeah. Oh, he's actually doing it? Oh, thank goodness. Well, that's a good thing. It's something. The anniversary should be a hell of a lot better than it is. I'll be honest. We need Frenzy Totem back. We need Firestarter back. We need all the anniversary items back. Like how we had it the one we had the big anniversary on, what was it, the 18th one? Kind of a big deal. It's really stupid that the 20th is not getting that treatment. And the overall rewards are not very good. So that needs to be fixed. Like, simple as that. Like, it's 20 fucking years, man. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna jump back onto the PTS. Let's do that. Just because I want to see if there's anything else I am missing. I can think of. If anyone needs any more delve runs, we can definitely do those. But yes, for anyone wondering, Pirate Captain is getting absolutely fucking gutted. So, it's not sitting in a good spot. Not one bit. I gotta see if I can find an enemy that I can try to grenade with this thing. Yeah, it doesn't do damage. It's just... It's gotta shoot it. The explosion doesn't do damage. It's so dumb. Oh man. Cyan and Raiders, welcome. You guys caught me as I was just switching over to the PTS just to see if there's anything I am missing on Pirate Captain. Yeah, we'll raid. Yes. How'd the stream go? Oh. Saya, dude, thank you for the follow, man, and welcome. I am probably gonna have to actually make a recording of current Pirate Captain and PTS Pirate Captain because man, they did Pirate Captain so damn dirty. You finished your gym farming? Ooh, nice. Very nice. Yeah, we pretty much just finished up with doing some Ifera delves, but I'll probably jump back in here in just a little bit. So if anyone needs any Ifera carries, obviously I'll be on the regular server shortly. I just switched over to PTS right before you guys raided in. I'm trying to think if there's anything that is different. They've changed anything. Got the 250 of each type in D15. Hey, nice. Very nice. Have you finished your invasion dragons? I think about it. So you're doing so much D15 farming? On Dragon Day, of course. I assume yes. You're down to the PTS, that helps. Good luck. Hopefully the cache isn't the problem. And obviously the PTS has been having issues since the tiny critter update that then got postponed and delayed. So, and that lasted what, a month and 4 days? I think it was. It was a while. That all D15 Dragon ages ago? Gotcha. Just had to make sure. But yeah. Let's go try it out. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything before I do a video or any sort of like clips or anything. Because this just feels wrong. I think that's the problem here that we're dealing with, is the grenade doesn't do anything. Like, you can see me throwing it at him, and it's just deleting the terrain around him. And the mortar does the same thing. Also, old mate, his damage number is not showing up again, so that's a problem. They shot Brazil just like they shot Germany. Oh, God. You're not wrong, actually, on the South America server. Waiting for Mystic Rings to be able to do damage and Void 4 delves to their enemies. Well, if you're a Pirate Captain main, we're fucked. So, we're just write this update off. Like, completely. It's bad. And yeah, as far as I can tell, they're completely changing what we already have. We don't get to keep the artillery gem, and we're just getting this one, which is the Raising Tide. And it says it gives an explosion. It does, but it doesn't do damage. It does terrain damage. So if you see a pirate captain in your club, be wary, because this is probably going to be the most griefing class in the entire game. Because you need to do that now. But it does no damage. It has no hit component. It doesn't do any damage to any enemy anywhere. So you can just you can literally hit him with this and it does nothing. If anything, it actually can screw you, because the turrets can actually end up making it so that they can't shoot. If you end up throwing it on a corner, the turret can't shoot over this. So, there's that. Your classes are all 50k? That's totally fair. Yeah, I've been holding off working on my magic classes and purely working on my shadow hunters. And my physicals in general. But I've always had a soft spot for Pirate Captain in general, and Dino Tamer. Those are the two that I do my swap betweens on a regular basis. But, yeah, whoever thought this was a good idea on the dev team, please reconsider. Like, this is really bad. And this does not address the issue of what Pirate Captain has been suffering from pretty much for the last 6 years. If anything, this actually makes it worse. Which is insane. Like, actually insane. Who asked for the turrets to be able to dig themselves into a hole to where they can't shoot? That's who I want to know. Like, who told the devs to do this? Who did it? I demand an answer. So I'm not careful, I can actually end up getting my mortars stuck into a hole where they can't actually shoot out of. I've done it a couple times already, and just testing on the PTS, and it's just like, this is wrong. This is not how this is supposed to work at all. And again, the explosion from throwing the mortar does nothing. The explosion from throwing your right click does nothing. You can't even kill a level 1 with this. I was trying it in the hub. The blast doesn't do anything. I don't have drops. So for anyone that is new here, I have attempted to get drops for my channel since Tryon. They have opened up the creator like actual paperwork 8 times. 8 times I have been rejected. I used to get an answer back in the day when it was still Tryon. But because I am a US streamer, and normally I would be streaming after my college night courses, they felt that it was not a good fit to have somebody that was technically night crew streaming while being an American. So that was, I was like, okay, sure, that's fine. I have continued to attempt to get into the creator content, like the content creator program itself. And every time I've now, obviously with Gamigo, it's just silence. If you hear nothing back, you're not in. So I have no drops. I have tried and I have failed. So that is the situation. To be honest, it's probably because they don't like what I have to say, and other ones, it's probably because they have no idea who the hell I even am at this point, even though I have tried so many times. And even though my usual schedule is that I am here for Trove every single Friday, I do the delves, I carry guys, I do what I can to help the entire community. I don't think that's enough, which, I mean, fair is fair. They get to pick who's in the content creator program. Simple as that. So that's why I don't have drops. Drops are not an innate thing here on Twitch when it comes to Trove. If I was playing, say, Maple, BDO, World of Tanks, even, hell, PoE, PoE2, any of those are automatically enabled by just streaming their game. But Trove is very picky because they have streamer dream boxes and their drops are also very picky for them. That's just how they are. We just live with it. So yeah, sadly, I do not have drops. And that's why. Also, I do find that this is kind of funny. Let's see if I can do this right. I need to see if we can do this in the air worlds as well, because they supposedly, at least on the live servers, made it so you can't send them into the void. But I think we can do that with Pirate Captain now. It's just really messed up because they just patched it. And I'm like, I think it's back. There's a high likelihood it's back. I have not attempted it. I definitely want to see if it's possible again. Let's see if I can get it stuck in the wall. I can. It would require going underneath and doing it. I'm gonna laugh if this works. Okay, so it does cancel out still. That is funny. Yeah, no, Pirate Captain is going to be the most, like, grieving. Oh, my God. There's going to be a bunch of people that are going to use this to grief people. And everyone that's actually left that plays Pirate Captain is going to get screwed with this update. This dungeon is now actually not completable if these guys keep spawning out. And they supposedly patched this, so it just shouldn't be possible anymore. But I'm betting somebody could easily end up doing this with just enough potions and just not, like, giving, what, maybe 3 pirate captains, and you could just totally fuck over an entire challenge. That's insane. That's actually insane. Yeah, the more on the PTS I play with this, the worse this is actually getting. And it's just like, oh no. Like, Debs, why? I really hope they reconsider and don't go through with this with Pyre Captain. Like, this should not go into the game right now. This needs to be completely... they just need to change artillery to make it just have slightly faster projectiles. That'd probably be... That's really all Pyre Captain needs. It's like, he needs the mortar, Man of War, to fire faster, so that way the hit detection doesn't go as bad. And the turret needs to be able to actually track a target. Because sometimes it can get stuck on these corner edges like this, and it can't hit anything. Also, they need to fix the buddy. Because his damage is not showing or calculating. I do not want to hit my house with this because I will literally delete a quarter of my house because I'm pretty sure on the PTS it's not set. Okay, you guys follow me. And stuff like that, where they don't do damage because it doesn't calculate it. And the explosion did nothing. I don't think he can even hurt him. Oh, no, he did. He did. He did damage. And that one didn't connect. That one didn't connect. That one did. Yeah, sometimes he can hit the target, and other times he can't. Even when you see him shoot the target, it doesn't mean it's actually hitting. Oh well. At least Knight got a buff. For anyone that doesn't know, you can do this now. You're no longer stuck in the animation. You can actually jump. Like, you could literally mid-jump this. Do not try to do this on the live server right now. You will, especially if you're in the air world, you'll literally fly off the edge. So don't do that. But and Knight got a nice fix, so that's good. What was it? The one thing I wanted to test. Let's get on board here. So we need to try you. So much garbage from all this testing. Where's the ring? And it's rushed escape. Does rushed escape stack the other one? Come on up here. Okay, so that is actually stacking. That's kind of cool, actually. Let's build up our stacks. Do those. Swamp over here. 308. Oh god. Can I cheese out a pyro disc or no, we're not gonna be able to pull that off. So we do the bard switch. Switch to you. Roll. I think we can almost get... God, I think we might be able to get 360 or 340-ish damage movement speed. That's going to be really dumb. So we're at 220 with that setup. I'm just trying what's normally called a bard switch. It's where you actually utilize your bard if you want to do something really, really funny and stupid. But the new effect ring gives movement speed. But it stacks with Shadowhunter. Obviously, I don't know if this is intended. We're on the PTS right now. But the effect would be the Rushed Escape, which gives us a pretty hefty amount of movement speed. If I switch over to Shadowhunter and then hit it, we're getting about 252. And almost a little bit over 300. 266, that... Yeah, we can easily reach 300 with that. The only issue, obviously, is that Shadowhunter cannot use the ring. The ring effect stacks, but it does not... It's not usable on Shadowhunter, which is weird, but whatever. I get it. They don't want us double dipping. So I go to Shadowhunter and throw the ring on. There we go. That's where your own hands on deck, blah, blah, blah. There it is. So yeah, Shadowhunter cannot activate the Rushed Escape, but it can stack with it. Which is really funky. Actually, I did want to see. It's not really worth it on Lunar Lancer, no matter what do we do on that one. Like, sure, it stacks, but then you're losing out on your actual ring effects, which are quite nice. Yeah, Ninja is probably stupid on, to be honest. Oh yeah, this is my, yeah, again, 2 years ago. My snapshot from 2 years ago. Characters aren't 30. Rip. I doubt the Knight would be better. Because Knight gets the stance, which gives you 40 base, or 40 movement speed. So yeah, that's probably not going to work. I was trying to think who would benefit the most from this thing. From Rushed Escape. It's a universal ring effect. So, I mean, in principle, you could run... Because, again, Mystic Rings are pretty easy to obtain. If the resources are going to stay the same, which they probably will, Mystic 1 rings will be easy to obtain. Mystic 2 rings, whenever they come out, is probably going to be absolute 8. And then everything beyond that's going to be worse. Because that's how it is with Crystal. It's easy at the first stage, and then it gets infinitely worse. Only other one I can think of that would probably benefit would be Dino Tamer. But I don't know if we can get the benefit while mounted. Also, my flasks are being weird. There you go. Oh, we can. Okay. So yeah, probably Dino Tamer then. That's with all my gear being on Pirate Captain at the moment. It's weird that you lose the visual effect when you're off the dino, though. You're on the dino. Does it return? Nope. Well, it just gets deleted. When your dino ult runs out, it just deletes the VFX. There we go. Okay, it's back. So here's the bigger question. Can I do it on the ground? No. Okay. We're going so fast at this point, even without gear, that it still locks up really badly. I wonder if Dino Tamer will be the next one on the chopping block to get the dash fixed. Because obviously with Knight getting it fixed, it's pretty good. It's like what we got. It's Dino Tamer that needs it. Revenant. I think Candy Barb. Yeah. Yeah, Candy Barb definitely needs the throughput because you can't jump while you're doing it. And there's obviously Knight gets the fix, which is huge. Like, I never thought I'd see the day that Knight can actually move without needing to dash. When I say dash, I mean his ability. I'm impressed. Like this is a good thing. Like there are certain good things on this test server for sure. It's just they obliterated Pirate Captain. Like the grenade doesn't do anything. The explosion does nothing. Right below me. Throw it. Nothing. Only when the cannon shoots does it do damage. Let me see if maybe it does like 1 point of damage and they can't see it. So let me try going to Uber 0, aka Uber 1. I want to know what how this thing is even working. It's like they extensively showed it off and then it doesn't do anything. And it's only when it shoots. Yeah, I can't kill level 1 enemies with this. It does 0 damage. Like it shows their health bar, but it's only when they shoot, when the turret actually fires on the server end, does it actually do damage. Did that kill him or did it shoot him? Okay, that one killed him. So even if I hit him directly at Uber 1, I can kill something. But if I land it next to him, the explosion does nothing. What is this? I was assuming it did. That was the thing. But when I go back and look at the dev stream, when they hit the dummies, it doesn't do any damage. So I don't know what's going on with this. So if I hit him directly, it looks like it does something. But there's no damage numbers. So let me go up the Ubers and see if like there's a cutoff point. Because this is just really weird and it doesn't make sense. And as you saw there, when we were in D15, and I drop a mortar on all those guys, it did nothing. So if I hit you directly, it does kill you. If I land it next to you, that one dead. Is there a cutoff point here? There's got to be a cutoff point. Where is it? It's not showing damage numbers. So that doesn't help. So it's like, okay. It can kind of kill things. Actually, let me check the mortar on these low tier enemies. So if I throw it here, that one kills. Even though he's in the blast radius. Was that actually... Is this the cutoff? Is it literally difficulty 2? Oh, God. Okay, let's go difficulty 3. I need to know. I mean, this is what a PTS is for, but that's not good. Like, oh, it can kill something. Okay, what can it kill? Difficulty 1, 2, maybe 3. Here's a boss. Oh my god. It's doing like 14 damage or something stupid. Oh my god. I can kill the little dude by throwing it at him. But there's no damage numbers. I throw this at him. Nope. Does not kill. Oh god. I could do this though. Just delete the entire wall. Let's try this. Okay, mortar can kill there. Let's go up to the Fey Forest. This is painful. Like, nope. The turret can kill them when it hits. Oh my god. I can't even kill an insect. Kill an insect. What have they done? Oh god. They need to bring artillery back. This new class gem is terrible. I can't. It doesn't even do half their health. It's a little bit under. The turret itself is capable of killing everything all the way up to D14 without any issue. And the explosion, which is the class gem. Yeah. We lost 2 turrets. We used to be able to put 3 down. They gave us a buff when they gave us Neon Ninja changes. So we got, instead of just 2 turrets, we got 3. They just removed that in the PTS and replaced it with this thing. It's supposed to do an explosion, and it's supposed to make Man of War do an explosion. It does, but it does terrain damage. Also, the ring effect is bugged out again. So, there's that. But, the turret, you can only have 1 turret out now. I think the duration is down by a second. But its fire projectile speed, like the shell itself, is a little faster. Still doesn't fix its hit registration problems, as we saw earlier. So let me go on it. So we can't kill anything in 1 hit in Candoria. Let's try Neon City. I just want to see where the cutoff point on this thing is and how fast it dies. Because this is completely crap. Like, the only thing I can think of is this is absolutely bugged, and if this is not bugged, Pirate Captain is doomed. I can't even kill trash mobs with this. I need the actual turret to shoot. Actually, here's a big question. Can this delete it? No, good. Thank goodness. I've been worried some of the dungeons and like NPC stuff can just get deleted. Because you can just do this to a dungeon now. Yeah, throwing, it doesn't even crit. Oh, that's what those non-crit numbers were. Oh my god. I am fairly certain that's what that is. Oh no. That's gotta be a bug. There's no way it can't be. Well, at least it can break a box. Just... I wonder if its base damage is like 1. Well, actually, no. Even if its base damage was 1, it would still be doing like 500k. Do we think it's got a negative modifier? There's got to be something with this that's just making it do nothing. Unless it's intended. I don't know. Like, that's my normal turret damage. And it doesn't have damage to count as at least 1 hit. That's something. I jump on up to Sundering Uplands again. I want to see if it, like, where the cutoff is. I have a sneaky suspicion I'm going to end up blowing a hole in the floor of the panel that I'm trying to land on by accident by using this at some point. Yeah, it does nothing. Okay. The shot component of the turret does, but the explosion, which is the new thing, does nothing. I mean, the only upside that I'm seeing is that you can do this. You just throw a mortar turret directly into a dungeon, and it handles everything. As if it doesn't blow its own... take out the terrain that it was supposed to land on. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm having a hard time telling if it's the shot from the turret doing it, or if it's the explosion. If it's doing any damage at all. Like, it's obviously able to do some damage because the actual boxes are breaking. And they only break if you do damage to them. Now, mind you, the mortar just did nothing. Like, it took out the roof, but it did nothing until it fired on him. So, that's a problem. Actually, here's a big question. Oh, I could just delete the... I could delete the traps. It's funny. So that's just base bomb damage. Yeah, it's hard to tell. That's why I'm trying to test it right now, where I'm like, grenade, and it just does nothing. Like, I assume it's doing damage when it doesn't shoot as well, because it sometimes shows up the health bar. Like right there. And of course, the turret can't shoot him because it's... the turret can't... Situations like this. It literally cannot shoot until he gets over this block. This is what holds back Pirate Captain. This is what has always held back Pirate Captain. If your turret is just a bit too low or a bit too high, it can't shoot at things. Like, he's locked on, but he can't shoot. And again, this doesn't fix it. If anything, this makes it worse because instead of having 3 turrets to work with, we're stuck with 1. And also, this one could inadvertently end up doing this. Oh, look. Now it can't shoot at all. This hurts me inside. This really does. It's like, I love this class, and I've always wanted the best for it. And then sometimes you just get a patch like this where you're like, I'm glad I don't main it all the time. And I do like flex like switching between this and Dino Tamer, but this hurts. This really hurts. I thought we were on the actually like rebound. We got 3 turrets. We got our first buff for Pirate Captain in 6 years. That's how long it took them to give Pirate Captain anything. And now they're taking it away immediately. They're giving us terrain destruction. Also, I can't even... That's funny. Oh my god, the mortar didn't even fully break it. Oh my god. It's not even complete because they added materials that have high resistance. Well, hey, I'll at least say this. If Pirate Captain has to die, so that way Knight may live. I hate it, but I at least accept it. I do hope the devs reconsider on Pirate Captain. If this stream, the stream on YouTube or Twitch ever reaches the devs, please reconsider. Don't do this change. That's all I ask. Like, from somebody who really does enjoy this class as a turret class, this is not the way. Do not do this one. Please. That's all I ask. It's like, the changes tonight, great. The changes to Fae, I'm not a Fae player, but they seem like they're like a net neutral. Maybe a negative if you're doing delves, maybe a positive if you're doing overworld farming. It's kind of a weird one. Doesn't seem too bad, but not too good either. Ice Age is more speed, so that's probably a pretty good change. Candy Barb's a weird one. Did they change? Oh, actually, yeah. That was the one thing I wanted to check with this. Okay, so Burning Word is still the same. It's just the ring effect that got changed. Well, got added, I think. I forgot I don't have my C5 stuff on because this is from 2 years ago. Great. Yeah, well. Yeah, wasn't Gunslinger's thing gonna get touched as well? Increases your attack speed, all shots fire explosive. Wasn't there a ring effect or something that was supposed to be for landmine? Change blast jump. Gunslinger's always good. Just always a fun class to play. Damage-wise, he suffered a couple times, but it's always fun to play at least. Yeah, I'm resisting the urge to import my account, even if the import's probably not going to work for the PTS anyway. Because I do have depth cores on my actual account. Not back then, though. Don't think there was... Well, actually, was there changes to Claromancer? Yeah, let me check on Claromancer. Here's new plants and allies. this real quick. Shield and low health. So attacks have a chance to spawn a mini green Gatling. That was a no. Fight up here, no. I could have sworn that they said that there was some change for Chloromancer. Make some basic rings just to see. Weird growth and fight up here. Deal damage and gain about this spawns plants randomly and ready for a short time. That was the old ult. It was not very good, to say the least. Mostly because it deleted your other plants, so that was always off the list. I don't think Dino Tamer... I not have one? I do not. Actually. Also, yes. For anyone that is not aware, Mystic Rings are out on the PTS. If you want to get a Mystic loop instead of a Trovian loop, you got to do it in either a D15. When you level at a prime level, you will get these new loops. Go over to them real quick. These ones, Mystic loops in general. And the main issue, obviously, is that you got to be at either D15 when you hit a primal level, or you need to be in a delve that is depth 140 or higher. Obviously, for the test server, we get these. Mystic Loop, Dino Tamer, blah, blah, blah. Let me make a couple of these so I can have the excess ones. I want to see if they can be used retroactively. I'll just get the Dell portal back. Obviously, they gave us a bunch of like EXP cookies for the actual test server, so that's what we were doing there. Let's see. Yep. Can they be used retroactively? No, but we do get a primal loop at the same time, so that is good. Yeah, we're going to be stuck in depth 140 delves from now on. There's no getting around that. That's just, okay. Well, that's where we live now. That's fine. So I'm getting different abilities. Got Mr. Chomping on my dinos. T-Rex minion. Everybody spawns 2 minions instead of 1. But Dino Tamer and their dino summons are attacking the target. They apply damage increase, debuff. And he's dealt damage by damage and dead summons. Pretty sure those are the same. I don't think that's been changed. Was there any changes to Lunar Lancer? I don't think there was that many. It was just kind of like Dracolite in general. You got that new Nova attack thing. And yes, we are on the test server right now. If you guys want any delve carries on the regular server, I will be returning to that shortly. I just want to test this a little bit more. Let's grab those. Okay. Let's jump back and let's go make a ring. gonna need nitro real quick. Let's head back on over here and grab some real fast. And yes, if you're having issues getting your account onto the PTS, you are not the only one. As far as I know, I believe there are still issues trying to get people into the PTS. I know GameBot was having some problems earlier. And obviously last PTS with the Tiny Allies event, that one was pretty notorious. I tried to update my account on the PTS and it did not work last time. So I was like, okay, I guess we're just going to have to live with the 2-year-old screenshot of this character. This is from July 2024. And then obviously the Mystic Gems test server, etc., etc. Probably only need to do like, what, 3 rings? Should be able to get one of the new ones, hopefully. Should be enough. Hopefully. Is that the new one? Buyer has a chance to get about the loss to be freely used for a short time. No, that's not it. Is it a Mystic Gem only thing? Or sorry, Mystic Ring only thing? It's totally possible that it is. I only wish there was a way to tell what the actual abilities were before you worked with it. It doesn't really matter. Is there a patch notes for this one? There's gotta be something, you know? Yeah, like the last listed PTS update is from October. Like, let's see. Should be one maybe on the forums. And here it is. Dynotamer primitive toxins. Basic attacks apply a powerful primitive toxin dealing damage over time to your target. Boomerang Flowmancy, nearby enemy deaths sometimes create chickens to fight for you. Shadowhunter Dread Arrow. Shadow Seeker's abilities are replaced with Dread Arrow, applying Shadow Mark Snare and damage over time effect to your target. Shadow Seekers now fire automatically instead of saving up, which is just a change to what we already have, which is Tax Seekers. Enemies take damage from Shadowhunter's Secret Arrow will fire from the Shadow Seekers will fire from the Shadowhunter and attack the closest target, which is already what we have. So that doesn't change anything. And we can't use the Universal Ring effect, so that's kind of pointless. Because again, we can stack it, but we can't actually cast it, which is super weird. I don't. If it stacks, let us use it. Like, devs, it's a different buff. Let me use it. Yeah, Ninja Conduit. You and your nearby allies receive bursts of energy during the duration of Final Technique. Tomb Razor, Parasol, your basic attack deals damage, and now it hits enemies and heals skeletals in a circle around you. Revenant, Explosive Defense. Lord Bash explodes when used. Once every 3 seconds, nearby enemy kills can reset the cooldown. Lunar Lancer, here it is. Gravity Well, using Lunar Leap or Lunar Slam will pull in nearby enemies. This effect can only happen once every 30 seconds? Stares at Candy Barbarian. What the fuck? That hurts. Okay, Gunslinger Mine Time replaces Blast Jump with Proximity Mine ability. Proximity Mines arm after landing explode up to 3 seconds or when an enemy is nearby. Let's get max stock of 5 mines. Restock after 4 seconds. Slayer and Divine Touch nearby enemy deaths grant Divine Radiance. Momentum Shift. Places Iron Will with Momentum Shift. That's the stance. Which is pretty good. Like, the night changes are good. Like, really good. Like, as I said, if Pirate Captain has to sacrifice himself to the pillar to get night to be good, I hate it, but I'm okay with it. I still hate it, though. Ice Age, Frozen Tempest. Ice Crash is replaced with Frozen Tempest, increasing movement speed of the Ice Age and damaging and slowing nearby enemies while active. So it's pretty much the old ult. Just slightly better, probably. So we have better scaling now. And then here is Dracolite Split Fire. When triggering Split Fire, you also send powerful fire projections out in all directions. However, your familiar charges up slower. And Split Fire is the one that I wanted to know, and I don't have the materials on the PTS to test it. It might shotgun. If it shotguns, it might be stronger than Solarian and Boomeranger. Only because on stream it looked like it fired 16 projectiles in a circle. And if all of those projectiles was the same damage as a normal Dracolite, that can probably one-shot most things. Even in the Abyssal Dells. Kind of a little bit broken. If every projectile counts independently. I have no idea, and I can't test it because I don't have the materials, and obviously my account didn't actually export, so can't test it. And then Candy Barbarian, Cherry Bomber, using Vanilla Swirl. Shortly after Cherry Crash, causes Cherry Bomb cluster to drop on 5 nearby enemies. That one, no one cares. So these are all new ones. Pirate Captain. Dummy Diffused replaces Pirate Decoy with Diffused Dummy. Diffused Dummy no longer explodes, but only requires 45 energy to throw. And night, for balance purposes, Night Dodge is now faster and sends more smoothly with that. Bard. Critical hits with your basic attack will now do a small amount of AoE damage to your location. If a trickster, jump height increase, movement speed increase, jumping now grants short duration. Slow ball. Blink max distance increase from 6 cube meters to 8. And Guardian basic attack now hits in a larger area. Okay. Let's try it. I can actually kind of see it because the animation is a lot better. Alright, laser is swapped with Plasma Blast. Fired up now grants 10 jump and increased jump height, allowing you to leap over small buildings in a single bound. Okay. So there's that. That's nice. So yeah, we lost Eye Laser and now we have Plasma Blast. Okay. It's not too bad. Yeah, here's the problem. Pirate Captain, you can now only have a single first mate active at once. Damage increase and attack speed for tier 1 and 2 decreased. Upgrades now persist for up to 3 minutes. Each time you throw out a first mate, you receive a short duration movement speed buff, which it's like 12. It's really bad. Artillery has been converted to Raised Tide. This is terrible. Throwing your first mate creates an explosion where it lands. Throwing your old war creates an even larger explosion where it lands. But they don't do damage. These do 0 damage. Like, even with my doubloon full buff and everything, it's just, it doesn't equate. And also the fact that the fire rate has been reduced. Damage increase and attack speed for tier 1 and tier 2 decreased. Like, oh god. What happened? Like, who thought this was a good idea? We're a freaking turret class. We're supposed to have more turrets, not less. Why is this a hand grenade that does no damage? I know I'm harping on it, but it's like, man, this is not what I was hoping for when they were like, oh, we're finally going to give Pirate Captain some serious, like, TLC. And it's just like, you're nerfing the hell out of this guy. Like, I'm probably one of the few people who even cares about Pirate Captain anymore. And it's just, bro, why? Why are you wrecking this class? Like, we want more fire rate. We want more turrets. The single turret thing is just stupid. Especially seeing the whole point to play this class is to do this. You literally just mortar everything. Your right click was supplementary to boost your boost your 2. And your 1 is there to boost this. Now it's like, okay, well, we've only got 1 turret here, and then we're going to have like 6 mortars out. And a bunch of, obviously because of balancing, you need to have all hands on deck. I like grinding for an actual gem that gives good light. It's so hard. Yes, yeah, it can be. It can be really frustrating. Like getting a 3-star Berserk Battler, even if it's stellar, is still automatically just we're claiming this. It doesn't matter. If it's radiant, it's just pain. Like, there's nothing that fixes that. That's just you just got to keep trying. So what's this thing on Chloromancer's the other one that got tweaked? Green Gatling and Leafly last year now heal up to full strength slightly faster by default. Yeah. It's like 2. No. It's 1 heal charge faster. That's something. See how fast leech it. Yeah. No, that is faster. It used to be 9, I believe. I could jump onto the rig server and check, but those are healing for 22s now. 22s and then 11. Like 250 this night, and not a good one. Yep. That happens a lot. Like, the biggest issue, obviously, though, is that you're doing it on Dragon Day when you need to be doing it on Gym Day. I hate to say it, but Dragon Day is literally a farm dragons and only dragons. Gym Day is farm gems and only farm gems. The other day you can kind of do it as Loot Day and EXP Day if you need to be pushing your Paragon. Obviously, with the new rings, we can't even, like, preload these. For anyone that doesn't know, Mystic Loops are in on the PTS. Even if you power level right now for regular loops, they don't count. The only thing that really matters is these. And when you get one of these, you are also given a primal loop. So there's not much we can do to farm before the patch, except for the cores and everything else. So, like, on Monday, make sure you're doing your D15 farming for depth cores and your souls. If you need deep stone, just go mining in D15 or do delves. That's really about all we got. Do it every day and it fries me. You don't even feel like doing it no more. That is fair, to be honest. Like, when it comes to gym grinding and specifically gym dust grinding, it can be brutal. The only benefit that we have right now is the fact that gym sparks exist. And I have so few on them from 2 years ago. Oh my god, I snapshotted this with so little. Crap. What I was going to say is that with the advent of gym sparks, it's a lot better than it used to be. Like, you don't want to know how bad it was getting stellars upgraded without gem sparks. It was bad. Like, it was real bad. And gem sparks came out and then fixed almost all gem grinding. Like, we went from, I would say, 3 weeks of grinding to like 1 to 2 good Wednesdays and you're done, which is insane. Like, before it was like a whole month for like per character set of gems without augmentation. It was pretty bad. Now it's like, 1 good Wednesday. 1 good 8-hour session on Wednesday, and you could probably have all the gem sparks that you need. If you're going for Mystic, normally it takes me about an hour to finish a single gem off. That is obviously if I have the qubits for the key to convert the mana from crystal into Mystic. But to get the actual dust, it's about an hour. Like, for all of them, including the primal shards and everything. So, it's not too bad. It's just kind of derpy. And let's see here. Empowered growth now causes plants to grow full strength much faster while active, and fixed a bug where the big Gatling was growing at the small normal Gatling rate. Now lasts 20 seconds, up from 12, and cool down in 70 seconds, up from 60. Okay. You're close to the... Oh, nice. That's huge. still don't have enough energy recharge to pull that off. Like, even if I throw in Zealotry, it's probably not going to be enough. Salakate and level 200 secondary weapon. Buy my fragments now then. Yes. Definitely, Giovanni. And yes, if anyone is wondering, Chloromancer's turrets do not actually have a cap. The only issue is you can't put more than 3 of them together within 15 tiles of each other. If I throw this one down, it's going to delete all of them. This is the weirdness of how they balanced Chloromancer. Was just, oh well, you like spamming turrets and making miniguns? Oh, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to move. You're gonna have to move, sir. I need you all the way over here. So derpy. You can do something like this versus the Leviathan, and it is just memes. And notice how I still have 11 plus, and that's just with Deathify. Yeah, it's really dumb what you can do with Chloromancer. And the old methodology was... Where is the Chaos one? I certainly have it. Oh wait, yeah, I am on the PTS. I might not actually have it. Yeah, I don't think I do. Got the Chaos file though. But yeah, you can do something like that with the Chaos file, and it's really, really stupid. It's just a stupid amount of turrets. Hence why I said, like, Pirate Captain has just been gutted completely. Because that was all the turrets that Chloromancer gets. Here's how many I get. You get the one little mini turret. Oh, and it bugged out too. Oh, yeah, that's what you get. I really hope that they just rejig this completely. Like, if we don't see changes in a week, I'll probably make a small video on YouTube about it. Like, I do have a little bit of hope that somebody's going to tell them that this is a really, really bad idea for Pirate Captain. But on the other hand, I also don't know how many people are actually still playing Pirate Captain. Like, I am one of the few people that actually plays Dino Tamer and Pirate Captain. And I know this. But on the other hand, there's got to be somebody else that's like extremely high up on the listing that plays a stupid amount of Pirate Captain, and they've got to test this out and just be like, this is terrible. Like, we get stuck with one tiny little, like, dude, and he can't even... can't even give us the buff half the time because his hit detection is completely screwed. And the rest of it, he doesn't last long enough to be able to get the bonus going. And I have a sneaking suspicion my big mortars are going to rip through a D15 like dungeon in a really bad way. So let me go test that real quick before I jump out of the PTS. So I want to see this. It's the last thing I wanted to test. And see if I can just delete a wall. I doubt it. No, it can. Oh, God. This is going to be used to grief. It really is. Oh, my God. That's so stupid. We didn't need that wall anyway. Oh, God. Well, this is why this is on the PTS and not on the live. One of the many reasons. That's so funny. I'm betting you could probably blast all the floors into the bottom floor and then actually do the whole dungeon. With, like, no effort at all. I mean, hell, I'll give him this at least. The mortar can't hit the ceiling if there is no ceiling. I'll give the devs that one. If they want to keep this in, and they want to change him to be like the way he is on the PTS right now. Oh, man. This is going to be used for so many malicious things. I can just... Oh. Like, this just eats a freaking 5-star in like less than a second. You have like 4 people doing this. Well, actually, no. You could do what? Six accounts with a dual box? Like a bunch of botters doing this? I could see it. It's not even... It's literally the fact that they're taking away his damage and then giving him the ability to just delete dungeons. That's so dumb. I don't get it. No, that's not what I need. I don't get it. I do hope the devs reconsider Umpire Captain. This is not the change that he needs. This isn't even close to the changes that he actually needs to make him, I would say, pretty much viable. I mean, his first mate needs to actually be able to do hit detection that doesn't suck. Like, the fact that this little dude can't hit the broadside of the barn half the time, or he gets stuck shooting in a tile that's just barely in front of him. They need to fix it. Like, it's like, fix his hit detection, revert the changes to the class gem, make the turrets fire from a higher position. Like, just make them taller. Like, I don't know, add a tiny stick at the bottom that makes them go up. Like, just do something. Like, the mortar still has problems hitting things. These little guys have the worst experience trying to hit anything out of any unit in this game. And it sucks. Like, that has been the problem that we've been dealing with as somebody who plays Pirate Captain. This is the problem that has persisted pretty much since his inception. So I put him right there on the ledge, and now he can't hit him if he comes this way. He's just... he can't. He literally can't. Is he getting in from there? Somewhat. He's got to dig his way through a little bit. The fact that they lowered the fire rate too is... oh, that feels really bad. Hey, that one's hit. Let's try from there. Be up there. Oh, can still hit him because he is tall. Try low. The grenade does nothing. Nico, welcome back, by the way. What am I doing? Testing. We're on the PTS at the moment. They, wrecked Pirate Captain. Like, it's an issue. Yeah. So his new class gem, aka the old class gem that gets forcibly changed into Raising Tide, doesn't do anything but delete tiles. It does no. It literally is doing no visible damage, unless you're in Candoria and below. Well, the main issue here is that Pirate Captain's class gem is the thing that gets the rework with this patch. Nobody else gets this. Knight is actually good. Knight has been buffed considerably. And in a really good way. Pirate Captain, though, I think was crucified. So, you may notice that you can now jump cancel the dash. And also, you don't lose your speed. So, pretty good. Add in the fact that the ring effect gives you a stance, which takes your ult, Iron Will, and makes it so you get movement speed and attack speed on the ring effect. It's like 40 base. It's really good. And again, his mobility is actually not hindered anymore. So, Knight is actually probably back on the menu for a lot of people. I just think it's funny that it took him this long to finally make it so his dash doesn't feel like crap. And he recovers so fast. Like, look at this. If you tried to do this on the live server right now, you will just get stuck in the animation and you can't do anything. So, there's that. But the main thing is that Pirate Captain finally got a buff after 6 years back in October with the Neon Ninja update that made it so a Neon Ninja, rolls forward. We've finally got 3 turrets with our right click. They have now removed 2 of them, and they have given us an explosion. The explosion, though, does no damage. Like here. I'm just going to throw it at him. It shooting is the only thing doing damage. Here's my mortar. The explosion did nothing until it starts shooting. Also, the old matey, his damage is not actually calculating, which is not helping either. He is doing damage, but it's not displaying. So yeah, there's only one damage source, even though there's 2, because he's shooting him. You can see the health bar kind of flickering a bit, because it is doing damage, but it's not actually showing. So, that's a problem. And this is me just throwing it at him. There's only one source of damage, no matter how many times I throw it. So it is literally doing like 1 damage at the moment. Because it can break dungeon boxes, but it can't actually do anything else. The more interesting thing, though, about this is, I don't know if this is intended, but the mortar just does this now. The dungeons. You can just delete walls. I fear for people that actually get griefed in their club worlds because, yeah, Pirate Captains being able to do this now is slightly concerning. And it's the same as a Boomeranger going absolutely ham. That was intended? I would assume, but the damage is just, there is none. Like, we lost every single point of damage, and we've lost everything else. The other thing is, that's weird, Yeah, I was assuming it was intended because I saw bits of the stream, but it still doesn't really make that much sense because it doesn't do any damage. Like, it's supposed to be a damage increase, and it's just, it doesn't do anything. Like, they completely fucked this class. We lost 2 turrets. The fire rate of the turrets was reduced. And we're back to being the only thing that we can do for damage is to get old meaty out, which is to just use the mortar over and over and over. And the empowered mode on this guy is the same as what it was before, but you only get 1 of them instead of 3. So, like, Pirate Captain's just fucked, man. Like, it's really bad. I don't know what the hell the devs were thinking on this one. I do not know why they were. It's like, they're gonna nerf. They're absolutely gonna nerf the terrain deformation for sure. Even if it's intended, this is gonna be used to grief somebody. That's gonna make the devs fucking nerf it. There's no way it doesn't. Yeah, that's literally all it needed. Well, and obviously the turrets need to have their model fixed a bit. Like, the biggest problem with the turrets, like here. Let's throw this down here, and I'll move him over a little bit. Oh, no, he wants to fly off. Never mind. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a good demonstration with this one. But the main thing is if an enemy is like a tile and a quarter higher than the turret can't shoot because the turret is too short. And sometimes they'll still try to shoot, but then they can't hit anything. So say, like, I have an enemy that is right here. My turret will shoot on this spot until it gets to about here, and then it just stops doing it. I know, that's what I wanted them to do. Either make it so they fire through blocks, or you raise the turret up. Just make it, like, able to be up here. That's it. Like, just 2 blocks up, and you're good. Because then it can shoot down and shoot up. Because they can somewhat shoot upward, but they can't shoot down. And then if it's a slow, like, if it's this kind of slope, when they try to shoot upward, it, like, the second I see his little head, he can't shoot here anymore. Like, that's the problem with turrets. Like, these changes are not going to fix Pirate Captain. They're just going to make him worse, and they're going to give players a tool to grief the ever-living fuck out of people. Like, the more I am messing with this on the PTS, the more I'm just like, this is not good. This needs to probably not come into the game in its current state, and it needs another once-over by the devs. Like, this isn't okay. This is a Sentry turret character. This is your engineer. Clarimancer is the other one. You've got 2 of them in this game. These changes are not okay. I really hope that they at least receive feedback that explains this. I don't have that much hope because I'm pretty certain I'm one of the few people that actually plays Pirate Captain. Yeah, I know. The once over for Shadow was just add 2 more arrows. I know, it was fine. Like, friggin' the once over for Knight this time is just, his shift is good. We made his shift good. He has a stance ability from his ring that gives him movement speed and attack speed and energy energy regen and health regen if we want to try the other one. I'm like, that's actually really nice. That's kind of all he needs. It's just more movement speed and make it so his dash doesn't suck anymore. It's just, okay, cool. Knight is actually fixed. He feels really good to play. Why did we just absolutely destroy Pirate Captain? Like, as I said, is this a sacrifice? Do we have to sacrifice my boy Pirate Captain so a Knight can actually be playable in 2026? My biggest issue is not actually the damage. I think that's the sad part. My biggest issue is that the mortars can miss, which then makes it so you do no damage anyway, which is still stupid. The easiest fix for these guys is make it so their shells are faster. That way the AI, that what limited there is, than that. Are you meant for Knight? Yes. The class gem, yes. On him, the damage for the class gem definitely needs to be higher. Like 100% on that. Obviously, if you're not using the class gem so that way you dash around, which is what most people were doing before, I kind of suspect that'll probably stay the same. It's only the people that actually use the class gem specifically. Like, obviously, I have it on him because I normally take it off when I'm actually playing him, and he's just kind of storing my class gem at this point. It's like, it's a cool ability, and the damage would be good if it was higher. So 100% with you on that one. If I just take that out, though, and you get this. Which, if I had the stance, I'd be getting much better energy regen. Oh god, yes. Revenant's actually my normal physical alt character. I play Shadowhunter, and then I take my gems and throw them on Rev. And, yeah, we don't use his class gem at all, actually. Like, ever. I was using Cubic Curtain, but then Cubic Curtain's been broken, so it's just not been getting any use. Like, there really isn't that many solutions. As you can see, normally I just swap everything out and then put it over there, and then Cubic Curtain would be my blue. But, yeah, like, Revenant's not sitting in a good spot. But I'll be honest, after seeing what they just did to Pirate Captain, I don't want them to touch Rev. Because they're going to absolutely, like, just screw him up somehow. And it'll be something so out, like, way out in left field that I have no idea how they even come up with it. It's like, I want them to actually make it so a Rev's ability is able to compete with Candy Barb. It doesn't, but I want it to be able to. I wanted Pirate Captain to get more turrets. Or at least get faster, like, I don't know, armor-piercing shells or something that they could call it. So that way it would be able to have a faster firing thing. So that way the projectiles would have a faster projectile speed. So that way the hit detection wouldn't be as bad. They didn't do any of that, and they gave us a ability that does no damage. Any chance the PC does PD instead of spell damage? Oh, that would be nice. Man, there's so many little things like that where I'm like, it'll probably never get fixed, and then if it does get fixed, it's gonna get completely just broken, and then it will never be used. Like, stuff like that's been happening a lot, and it's just, I don't. Yeah, not having explosive shots for new class. Yep. Yep. I just don't know what the devs are thinking, man. I don't. And whatever they're thinking, Pirate Cap, whatever they're doing here on the PTS with Pirate Captain, this is not it. Making custom ideas is kind of hard. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. When you're taking different sets in this game and you're trying to make an actually good set, like all together, it is definitely a bit difficult. Mostly because a lot of the textures don't line up exactly. Like, some of the metals are just not the same metals, so they don't line up at all. Oh, and my music was buffering. There we go. You still can't throw your turret very far away from you, but you can just delete the terrain. Did you give him the sombrero? I hope you did. That would have been funny. I put that there and hand grenade down there. Yeah, no damage until it shoots. It literally does nothing. Okay. No. No. There you go. 157. That's what you're looking at. You still got peg legitis. The main issue, obviously, is that you can't give up all hands on deck. So we can't really utilize the speed boost ring. I think it is a flat. Yeah, it's a flat 40. It's the same as night. Let me do... There's a Trailblazer. Yeah, it's a flat 40. If it wasn't, then that should be about, I think, 84? 37. This Trailblazer is a multi. Yeah. I'm pretty certain that's a flat. I mean, it's still 40, but... yeah, there's a big butt there. Put my chromatic back on. It's decent, yeah. No, sadly not. So, the thing with Dino Tamer is that you can use the ring. So you can get the multi-ring instead, which is just a Shadow Hunter's ability. Where did I put it? Nope, that's not it. Where did I put it in the pile of crap? Nope, on Shadow Hunter. Put on Night by accident. Nope. Who has the ring? I was testing it on Lunar Lancer as well. And Bird's got nothing at the moment. There it is. Yeah, Rushed Escape. That's the one. So you can get a Mystic Ring for Dino Tamer with Rushed Escape on it. And that gives you the Shadow Hunter's ability. No, you would not be able to use it on Pirate Captain because most of your damage is actually coming on Pirate Captain from your ring effect. All hands on deck is the highest multi that you've got besides mortar, but that also comes with the mortar. And seeing the cannon first mate has been nerfed into the ground, you're pretty much going to be almost entirely relying on all hands on deck multi with the Man of War. So you really won't be able to utilize the speed buff at all. Like, you might be able to do it for the rest of it. Bro, Pirate Captain actually did damage. They just made it so he doesn't do damage. So I guess if you just want to be like, okay, well, they just nerfed the damage into the ground, so we'll just go even further on that line and just not care, then I guess sure. That's funny. By the way, this is with, like, literally none of my gear, because all my gear is on Pirate Captain. Yeah, we're still able to hit 226 with, like, no effort. So no, the ring buff on Dino Tamer, you can reach absolutely ludicrous speeds with him now. Because I mean, you just have Shadow Hunter's ability, which is a multi, as a ring effect, which is hilarious. It's just like, okay, cool. So Dino Tamer is getting a pretty good buff on this one, so he's gonna go even faster. But yeah, Pirate Captain is. Oy. Is all hand on deck spawn past the placement cap or something? Yes. Yeah, it does. Sadly, it was not. Okay, let me go. And it lagged out on me. Went too quickly. Yeah, you can get 6 of these dudes out, but then the 6th one will disappear by the time that you've got enough for the last one. If I can get the timing just right without... Yeah, there's 5. Do I have enough flask for this? Damn it. Yeah, for deep delving, yes. It was for the global, yeah. Yeah, for standard farming stuff, normally you would just be doing this kind of setup. But for deep delving, yes. Now, I have no idea, because, I mean, Pirate Captain's fucked. So I'm like, that's not great. Like, we've lost everything. We lost all of the fun. Now we're stuck with a magic damage Boomeranger that doesn't do damage, which is what Boomeranger was for, let me check, 5 years? Do I have to wait another 5 years before Pirate Captain is actually back to being, you know, playable again? Is that what we're going to be dealing with here? God, fuck me if that's the case. Too much effort, lol. That's funny and sad. Like, okay, cool. We're playing a turret class. What are we doing? Not using the turret class. Why are we not using the turret class? Too much effort. Oh, that's actually really sad. Yeah. I could see that. I really needed... I need them to get the thing so I can actually bring all my shit over into the test server, but whatever. Exporting's not working right now, so... I can't really do much else here. I think that's really it at this point. Well, yes. But I mean, you don't even really needed... You didn't really need all 3 of them. You just needed 1. Technically 2. Unless you're doing, like, you know, D15. Then you can use all 3. Which, will, again, won't take very long anyway. I'm doing D15 farming. It's not bad. But it's literally just 1, 2, 3, and then you're just watching everything die. And if you really want something dead, then you mortar it. But even then, I mean, just the basic attack is strong enough. It's just a lot more fun to end up utilizing the minions anyway. Because you are a sentry class. Ah, yes. 1 second. There we go. Had to reset the driver. We have been live for almost 7 hours, so that's kind of expected at some point. And it's been running for 31, so not that big of a deal. Yeah, it should be all fixed. Yeah, it does that. It's literally a Windows 11 issue. It's mildly annoying. And it's completely random, too. Sometimes it'll crack right before it, and I'll be able to notice it immediately. And then other times, no. How many VG players can you show up? Bro, I don't know. Like, the Vanguardian, it's actually a pretty nice change. Like, not gonna lie. Like, it's not bad, from what I can tell. It's like, okay. Okay, I'm actually, that's not bad. So I kind of suspect that quite a few people end up playing Vanguardian some more. Obviously, I do also expect that a lot of people are probably going to end up playing Chloromancer that are playing Pirate Captain. Just to be done with it. Or just going to Ice Age because of the buffs. Fae, I don't see anyone really switching to Fae. That is true. I think the scaling, though, on Plasma is higher. Though the only reason I believe that they probably switched over to Laser Blast, or sorry, for the Plasma Blast thing from Laser, was because of the hit detection being weird. If I remember right, that was always an issue with Vanguardian's melee. Even though the damage was good when it worked. If the server said no, the server said no. Which I always thought was derpy as fuck. I think it does. All it says on the patch notes is that they just switched it over to it. Here, I've got it up right now. Yeah, melee, here it is. Vanguardian melee basic attack now hits in a larger area. Melee force flash movement speed buff increased from 30 to 40 and 5%. It also periodically vacuums up nearby enemies while active. Melee eye laser has swapped places with Plasma Blast. Plasma Blast now does AoE damage directly around you when triggered. Ranged fire up now grants plus 10 jump, increased jump height, allowing you to leap over small buildings, blah, blah, blah. And then ranged Plasma Blast has been replaced with Eye Laser. Eye Laser's range has been increased. So it's like you swap for fired up and then go between the two modes is what they want people doing more often. But yeah, Eye Laser now has, I think, an extra, like, third more range. Swap here. Yeah. I know that won't happen, but I think that's what they want people to do. But yeah, that is a stupid range in comparison to what it was. See, it does block damage. Give me a second. Maybe here? Yeah, that's dumb. I don't know why they gave it this much range. I mean, to be honest, they probably needed the rest of it. Think how we're going to be used or escape. Most likely. Guys, that is a ridiculous range on the lasers. To be honest, that should have stayed in the melee tree and they should have just given it that range. Like, flat out, I don't think that they should have swapped it and should have just kept it as is, but then do the buffs anyway, and then leave it in the same tech. So that way it's the same. That would have made more sense. I know it's the ranged mode, but it's like the laser eyes was connected to the freaking character model, so it counted as melee, and it's coded like melee. And I'm pretty certain that didn't change. So even though it looks like a ranged attack, this isn't a ranged attack. Not on the server side. It's the same thing with Dino Tamer. Dino Tamer, when you're not in your super, this is ranged. When you're on the Dino, it isn't ranged by the server's calculation. It's counted as a melee hit. It's why the hit detection never breaks on Dino Tamer, like, ever. Unless the server is literally burning. Find it funny as fuck is they couldn't fix the Plasma Blast hit register, so just scrapped it. Yep. Yeah, you just blow up on yourself now and it's counted as a melee attack. But I'm pretty certain the eye lasers is still counted as a melee. Because this isn't the first time that they've made a quote-unquote ranged ability, but it's coded on the back end as a melee hit. It's also why, if you notice, when I fire the laser off, instead of it traveling... let me go to him. I'm pretty certain I saw this. I don't think the laser actually travels. It's instant. Yeah. So this is how you can tell if it's actually a range strike or a melee. That is instant all the way to the end. So the game just calculates the second you hit the trigger. Yeah, that's melee. That's funny. But yeah, the animation takes longer than the actual hit registration. So if I was to actually aim at an enemy that was over there and hit the button, my laser eyes wouldn't even hit him before he would already be dead. Like, Fist of the North starred him from like a kilometer away. That's funny. I mean, hey, I approve. It's funny enough to work, so why not? Should I do that for... Yeah, actually, that would be nice. That would be nice. His is actually a ranged attack. It doesn't instantly calculate. At least last I checked, it didn't. Because the charge itself... Yeah, the charge is also an instant. You still gotta hit the target, but... Is close damage any viable or still bad? It is, but only if the area is flat. The main thing with Chloro is that you can get out to like 19 turrets at once. But you're going to use like half your flask to do it. The biggest problem, obviously, with Chloro, if you have 3 turrets next to each other, you have to be 15 tiles away. Otherwise, it'll delete all of them. Which is insane. And I still hate this requirement. It's like, I love Chloromancer. I've actually liked Chloromancer for a long time. Originally, when he came in, man, it's like, I love the concept, but my God, you guys screwed him over so badly. Then they finally made him fun. And then they did this, where he has no turret cap. But if you put more than 3 turrets next to each other, they start deleting the others. And you have to move really far away in an arena to be able to start putting the rest down. What about the new ring? It is okay. They are deploying faster. I'm just going to run around and just do this the entire time. Because normally in most cases, you're just running around hitting freaking potion, flask, and right click. And you're just trying to get at least 3, like, I would say 3 sets of 3 onto a target. Obviously, all my magic gear is on my pirate captain right now, but Normally, that's how you play them, and it's not exactly what I would call fun for most people, in most cases. Because before, you would just hit your button, stay in the thing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boom, done. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boom, done. And you didn't need to think about it. And because Trove, normally the best thing is it doesn't need to think about it. Damage, snare damage needs to be up and would be good. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, originally you would just throw down 5 plants on top of it for wherever you were targeting. And you just throw them in front of you. And by the time that the 5th one burned out by shooting, your next one would already be ready to go. So you just had this continuous hold right, well, not hold, but tap right click. And that's how you played it. You could move around and put more turrets down, but you would still only be able to get 5 of them out. Obviously, with the big turrets, these guys last, I think, 10 seconds longer on the PTS now. But you're going to want to be using a Chaos Vial, most likely, or a Conjurer's Vial, if you have enemies that you can spawn Magic Find off of. Like, for Leviathan killing, he's still really, really good. It's just, it's a lot of this. And most people really, really hate this, because you do have to think. And it's just, it's not very good anymore. Like, it hasn't been good for like 2 years since the change. That's really where that's kind of where we stand right now. This is I would say it's an improvement, because these are healing up by 22 now instead of 11. So they doubled the rate, but it's still just not there, man. It's just not there. I really like my Chloro too, and it's just, he's not there. And now that Pirate Captain's pretty much gutted, it's like, ugh. All the turret classes are getting absolutely screwed over. Is Fey damage still negative? Yes. They didn't touch the damage, they only touched the mobility on the Fey himself. And now you can do this. Because now you get slow fall. But that's about it. This is what you get as Fey. Every time you jump, you end up getting slow fall for a couple seconds, and you can chain that with other stuff. This also works with, because you have high jump and slow fall, you can just use the Primordial Dragon as well for the double. Which is memes in itself, but that's really about it. And then also, once your slow fall runs out, you plummet straight to the ground. So there really wasn't anything else added. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, that hasn't been fixed last I checked. Like, Faye is not in a good state either. It's just like, Claromancer is like, yeah, sure, there's some buffs in there. It's still not fixing the problem that you guys created. Pirate Captain's primary turrets just got gutted for D15 farming, so that's really bad. And Faye just gained slow fall, which is really bad if you're doing delves. It's kind of okay if you're doing overworld farming. There is some movement speed tech that you can do now that you couldn't do before, but that's really about it. You're still kind of relying on your ring effects. Same with Pirate Captain. Yeah, if the glitter bomb was like instant, oh my god, yes. Like if it was instant and it didn't have a like internal cooldown or anything stupid. Like if you just hit the button and it exploded. Like wherever you're pointing your freaking cursor, and you press the button and it just detonates instantly. I would absolutely love that. Like 100%. That's just Volatile Dead from PoE 1. Volatile Dead is one of the more fun skills in that game because that's exactly what it does. You point at a target and you blow them up. Technically, you put a body on the ground using Desecrate, and then it does it, but you do it instantaneously, and there's no delay, which makes it really, really fun. But no, Faye doesn't have that ability. Faye doesn't even come close. It could. They could totally do it. God, that would be amazing to see them do that with Faye, where it's just you point at the ground and it makes a giant explosion. Maybe give it a class. Maybe give the class gym the ability to make a little like Faye energy ball when it explodes, and then boom, there you go. Is it Draco ring damage? I couldn't test it. I don't. Again, I can't export my new my current account. The account that you are seeing is my account from 2 years ago. And then obviously with the Mystic Gym test server when we did that one because they handed out a bunch of keys. So I can't, my account will not export with what I currently have, so I don't have enough resources to test Draco. That was the only other one I wanted to test after Pirate Captain because I wanted to know if the ring shotgun, if every projectile is an independent damage source and the damage is actually on scale to Draco, that ability would be really, really, really strong. That would probably be one of the strongest one-shotting skills in the game. Obviously, I can't test it. I have no idea. Which annoys the hell out of me because I wanted to test it and then we just didn't get it and I don't have enough resources to try again. So I'm like, well, we're just kind of screwed right now. If anyone else has tested it, please do say so. I would love to know. I think all of us here would love to know if Draco's ring effect actually is a shotgun. From what you've read it do, if it does, it's probably the strongest ring effect in the game. Period. Because if you just sit underneath a target and you're inside their hitbox and you explode, only complaint I've seen is the cooldown is too long. If you do enough damage, you can probably one-shot everything if it's enough projectiles. You know, PoE logic. If I can't see the ground, that means that they're all dead. Kind of, mentality. But if the Draco's ability is a shotgun and the damage is on scale, it probably is the strongest ability in rings. Even if it has a cooldown that makes it annoying, it probably would be able to one-shot most things. Because, I mean, it's what, 16 projectiles? I think? From what it was looking like on the dev stream, it was hard to tell. I was like, is it 12 or 16? I don't know. But that puts it on easy par with Boomeranger and Solarian if the damage scaling is there. If it has the same level of damage scaling as Solarian and Boomeranger, Dracolite just became a literal walking hydrogen bomb. I mean, I got no other way to describe it. But again, I can't test it because I don't have the materials right now. So we're just kind of screwed right now. I mean, I can hope. If they made Draco into a walking furnace that can just blow up whenever they please directly on a boss, or any enemy for that matter, that's pretty gross. Like, just in general, that's pretty gross. How fast would Shadowrunner be if escape? It does. That's the thing. It does, but you can't use it at the same time. That's the problem here. It should be on you, right? $252. It does stack. That's the worst part about this. If I could hotkey this like console can, this would be stupid. Just so you know, I believe it's PS4 specifically. There is a way for them to actually hotkey character swapping on their controller, so they can actually do bard swap instantaneously without needing any delay, which is really dumb. Which means that this ring effect is going to be really broken on console. It does. You can see it. So if I roll, switch, then roll, my speed goes up. The problem is it can't be on the character. That's the issue. So notice how I've got 196. Let me switch here. We'll roll here. Switch off. 252. Wait for the other one. 196. Wait for it to burn out. 140. They stack. They stack. Wherever you heard it didn't, it's probably because somebody tried to put it on the same character. Because they do stack. And it stacks on anybody because the Shadowhunter buff actually applies across characters when you swap characters. But yeah, they're the same identical buff, but they're coded differently. So they do stack together. Now you know. It's just you can't use this ring on the Shadowhunter. Because the ability is coded in the same manner. Yeah, God, my inventory is getting absolutely cluttered by testing purposes. Where is it? I probably need to clean up all the garbage that we're doing. For any speed buff if it's long enough. Yep. That's what bard switching was about. When console players learned how to do that, and some people here on PC were doing it as well. If you remember when Candy Barbarian had about 1,000, you could reach around 1,042 movement speed, like listed movement speed, due to the fact that his skill was inverted by accident. Devs didn't fix that one for what, like 9 months? But you were able to bard switch to reach 1,400. It's where you buffed with the bard, you hit your movement speeds, and then you hit the ability on Candy Barb. And it was just like, you zoom until you hit the chunk wall because the game couldn't render it. Did that one bard need speed? Shadowhunter Neon Ninja? Yep. Yeah, you'll notice here, seeing I've got the effect on, but it's only taking my base one. You can see based on the glow. So with the ring, it doesn't stack. Like, you can't use the ability twice, is what the issue is. But that's probably where people were getting confused. Was most likely because of that. I put my other ring back on, and I go back to you. Because you can do this. If I put this on Bard, I can also get the Bard speed boost as well. But yeah, just cleanly from those two abilities, it's literally 252. If I wanted to do Bard, I would need to put that ring on Bard, so that way when I get the full buff, I could swap it off. If the Ninja flip cooldown was removed, having them combined would be and dude, you would hit the chunk border and you would get stuck. Well, technically, in the past you would. Because they made the servers a hard server instead of a cloud-based computing, you can technically run through empty chunks and the game will load on the client side so you don't get stuck. if this was before 2 years ago in May when they did the server switch, it was late May, early June, when they switched off of cloud computing into a hard server. If you had tried that with this kind of speed, you would absolutely be stuck floating in an empty chunk for 5 minutes. Because you would have went so fast that you technically jumped probably like 40 chunks, and then you're stuck there waiting for the server to actually catch up. That was a thing. I got stuck in multiple chunk barriers when doing my Dino Tamer at 780 movement speed. It was bad. It was funny, but it was pretty bad. It's not a good time for Trove. Yeah, it is very funky though, the fact that you can't stack the ring effect on your Shadow Hunter at the same time. But you can put it on somebody else, get the effect, switch to Shadow Hunter, get your other effect, and then zoom. And if we had a way to hotkey this, like console does, you'd be able to do that over and over and over instantaneously. Because you'd hit the hotkey shift, hotkey shift, hotkey shift, hotkey shift, and you're just gone. Does Vanguardian Champion's Ring effect give the new speed boost? I think it does. Hold up. Check the patch notes. I have them right here. Vanguardian, Uncanny Balance. Grants a 5-second stable and health regen buff when using Fired Up or Force Flash. Is there anything else in here that mentions anything about movement speed? No. And nothing listed in the patch notes about the champion ring effect. I would assume it does if they've changed it. Roger that, Giovanni. I'll probably actually end stream here, I think. It's already 5:17 and I need to go eat something. I am starving. Also, we've spent like 4 hours freaking testing today, and then almost 3, we're literally approaching 7 hours on the dot. But we spent 3 hours doing delves and then 4 hours testing. I do hope the devs rethink what they're going to do with Power Captain. Like that's really the main thing here. Like he needs love, man. He needs a lot of love. Mostly just with the server hit detection. That's really the problem that he has to deal with. And these changes are not going to fix it. If anything, they're going to make it worse. Yeah, let's see who is streaming right now. No chance could swap between 2 escape rigs. Maybe. Well, I don't know, because the reason I say I don't know is I'm pretty certain that the Shadow Hunter buff and the escape ring are not the same buff. But they still get the same amount. Dude, if every class had their own buff on that ring, it'd be amazing. See, that's thinking out so far outside the box, I think you just gave a dev an aneurysm. Which sucks, too, because it's like, that would be cool. We're never going to get that. Man, I really hope that we could. But I don't see it. There's no way the devs would do that. Like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way the devs would allow us to have that. They're like risk averse to power in this game. Oof, no one is awake. Literally no one is awake. Okay. I am alone. That's what I get for being night shift. Crap. Okay, chat. Those on YouTube. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever time zone that you guys are in. I am going to end it here, I think. Switch to you. Then I'm going to use any of the new rings. See, we are grinding new loops. Yeah. I mean, the main thing with the new loops is that you can cheese it in freaking the delves. if you're at depth 140 and above, if you hit a prime level, then you automatically get one of the loops. And the old primal loop too. So you can literally just cheese your way through the entire process of, oh, I'm about to get a prime level. Let me just open a delve to depth 140. Boom, there's my loop. Oh, Science, he's back on? Roger that. Let me see if he's there. Pull him up. I hope he's not logging in to do something else. Hold up. Yep. Okay. Yeah, he is. Yep. Okay. Let me raid into Cyan here. Make sure I get his name correct. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he's awake and on. Yes, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever time zone that you guys are in too. For anyone that is new, I stream Trove every single Friday. Normally we're doing Ifera carries. I take anybody and everybody, and that's just how it works. I'm also here for Warframe Wednesdays now due to you guys in chat bugging the hell out of me for 3 months to do it. So there is that. Only 11 a.m. for USA? Oh, you mean for us? Yes. Yeah, it is currently 5:21 a.m. here. So, yeah, we're good. I'm going to end it for the YouTube guys.